Hello, everyone. This is your friend Fro coming at you with something a little bit different for the stream this time. This is something I've had cooking for a while. It's not very complicated, but just a bit of a passion project I've been wanting to do just because of what this particular series means to me. So, as you can see in the title, this is about Captain Tsubasa, the world famous, if you're not in America, world famous football based series that took the world by storm when we were children way back in the 80s and 90s, and pretty much like here in Saudi Arabia, a lot of South America, Europe, and it's a story that's actually still ongoing somehow, although not in one continuous publication, which is why it doesn't enter the discussion of the continuous serialization records like One Piece and whatnot. But anyway, that's besides the point. So, what am I doing here exactly? So, there's a tier list, as you can see, that hasn't been populated yet, and here are, at least by my count when I went through the story, 83 characters relevant enough to be considered for it. Now, I'm not going to tier characters based on their footballing technical ability or quality, because that list could be done in about 5 minutes and honestly wouldn't be very exciting to do. What I'm going to do is, I feel Tsubasa's story is very fascinating in terms of all the different twists and turns that it takes throughout, and how much things change, because it's still just the one guy, Takahashi Oichi, who is handling the entire story, right? And the way the characters get handled and how their arcs go and what they add to the story in terms of excitement, action, and whatnot varies a lot as we go through the series. So, what I want to do is I'm going to go through the story based on, my memories of it and reading the manga recently. I went through the whole thing. Hopefully my memory of things isn't too spotty. But I'm basically going to cover the major plot points and how I feel about them. And as we go, every character that is in the story is going to be entered into this in discussion tier. And every character whose role in the story effectively ends to where they don't have any more major contributions to give will be placed into a tier. That's basically how it's going to work. So let's go ahead and get started to kind of see how this is going to go. So, the whole story starts with two untiered characters, Tsubasa's parents, who do one of the most... hey Ziegler. Alright, let's see. The mic volume. I could actually just lower the music a tiny bit since the mic is topped out. The mic volume is actually topped out. Wait, I can increase the gain a tiny bit. All right, there we go. Hopefully that's better. Let me know if I need to change anything else there. All right, so we start with, I was mentioning, two untiered characters, Tsubasa's parents, who, as a parent, when I think about this, it kind of just drives me insane. They leave their 2-year-old kid running around with a ball right near a street, and we also get an appearance from another very important untiered character, Toraku-kun, the truck that nearly takes Tsubasa's life, bounces into the ball. Tsubasa obviously is completely unhurt through physics that nobody can really understand. So, that ends up with him surviving and being connected to football for his entire life. I might interchangeably use football and soccer since, this series likes to say soccer, since that's how the Japanese call it, sakka. So, obviously our first character entering the discussion will be Tsubasa himself. He and his family move into Nankatsu in the Shizuoka prefecture. Is that what they call them in Japan? And this is where we start getting the setup for our first main plot point, which is Tsubasa's fateful encounter with Genzo Wakabayashi. But before we meet Genzo, we actually also get introduced, alongside Genzo actually, we meet two characters at the same time. On a football field where Tsubasa is randomly passing by as he dribbles around town, we meet Ryo Ishizaki and Genzo Wakabayashi. Genzo is the captain of the private Shutetsu school, which Tsubasa is supposedly going to register in. Ishizaki goes to Nankatsu, and this is one of the first encounters where you get a sense of how much fun Takahashi is having with his concepts. Genzo is kind of facing down all of Ishizaki's upperclassmen who are involved in multiple sports, hockey, handball, baseball, rugby, whatever. And, they're disputing over the field, and Genzo establishes one of his main abilities right then and there. He basically says, he's basically bullying everyone and saying, this is our field because we're the better team and we beat you guys by a ridiculous score, so you don't even deserve it. But if any of you can score against me from outside the penalty area, the field's all yours. And they all try one after the other with all sorts of different techniques, including a rugby ball bouncing awkwardly and Genzo just hand-springing the other way when he realizes that he might end up getting beaten by it. In the end, nobody can beat him. And Ishizaki, unfortunately, ends up losing that confrontation. But that is where he and Tsubasa meet up. They start talking. Tsubasa gets to understand the rivalry between Shutetsu and Nankatsu. And his very affable reaction to all of this is... What's this? We all know. Let's look. The face block, the original. Alright, so... where was I going on? Yeah, so Tsubasa's reaction to that is like, I can take this guy. I'll just challenge him. And he writes his challenge on a ball, kicks it into Genzo's house. Genzo is like, how the heck can a child kick all the way over here? And in a really nice attention to detail, he notices it's a kid because, to my understanding, he wrote his challenge in hiragana, which is the learning alphabet used in Japanese. Or, just his Tsubasa's penmanship basically gives it away. And that is also where another character, two other characters start appearing here. One of them being Roberto Hongo, who is observing all of this. And let's move him up a bit. Tatsuo Mikami, who... Wait, no, that's not Mikami. This is Mikami. Genzo's coach, who has been teaching him since his childhood. So, continuing here, Genzo is Ishizaki. Wouldn't that be the day? Ishizaki as a goalkeeper. So, as Genzo walks around with the ball, he and Mikami run into Tsubasa and Ishizaki. Tsubasa shows how good he is by kicking a ball under a bus accurately towards Genzo's hand. And this is when Genzo realizes this is serious. I might be in some deep shit here. And he accepts a challenge alongside his second string Shutetsu team. And he says, basically, you kind of started to see the early arcs of Genzo and how he's a bit of a brat. And he goes, well, if you can beat all of these guys and score a goal against me, then we can give you the field. So Tsubasa gets into that challenge, and everybody's, thinking, especially the Shutetsu team, are like, this guy's off his rockers. He's completely batshit insane. There's no way he can do this. And Tsubasa also shows an attribute that goes away later on in the series, but he's talking to the ball. The life-saving incident from when he was a kid has kind of instilled in him the whole idea of a ball being a friend. And he literally talks to it in the sense that, oh, you saved my life before, time for us to do this together. Really, I guess I would understand it more, I guess, if Tsubasa were like 5 or 6 as opposed to being around 12 as he would be here in the 6th grade, but it's all right. Old 80s story is old 80s story. Tsubasa takes on the whole team, gets through all of them, and eventually sets up a header way high up, and Genzo barely saves it, but the height and jump and his technique just kind of wows everybody. This is where Roberto comes in. And he just goes in and says, the ball's still alive. You gotta deal with this. Plays a cross in. And Tsubasa and Genzo dive for it. And one of the most iconic shots in the series. And one where even funny that Takahashi himself kind of foreshadows all of his story very explicitly by saying nobody knew on this day that this was the beginning of a new future for Japanese football between these two boys. Tsubasa reaches the ball first and scores with Genzo's head ramming the post. That's going to be a trope, characters ramming into the post trying to defend their goal. Genzo wakes up and sees that he's conceded, and he's like, no fucking way that this kid just scored on me. And again, it's that sense of entitlement of being a national champion with him and his team. So this is the point where he goes, "This isn't a real conclusion. We have to conclude this in a match. I'll show you when we actually play." So up until this point, Tsubasa hasn't even he hasn't even disclosed that he's supposed to be going to Shutetsu. Imagine that timeline. So that's gonna be it. Tsubasa basically goes, "All right, I'll play against you. I'll join Nankatsu." And by this point, he still doesn't realize what he's getting into. But Ishizaki is so wowed by this. The other thing that happens is Roberto comes in and he's praising him and he's like, "You're amazing. Why don't I coach you?" The thing is, Roberto is in this phase where, I mean, to introduce the character, he's a former striker of Brazil who was forced to basically go into potential retirement because of a dangerous eye injury, right? So here is the part where he just comes in reeking of booze, and Ishizaki's like, "How are you supposed to coach us? You're just a drunk." And Roberto shows off the first technique that Tsubasa will learn, which is the overhead. He just kicks the ball onto the crossbar. Ishizaki's like, "Ha, what a bum," and he does the overhead. And Tsubasa shows the first sign of what will become both his most important and most controversial characteristic, his ability to learn from other players on the fly. And he spends the whole day trying to perfect this overhead. All right, Zeke, it's the thing that Genzo, because Genzo initially was significantly taller than Tsubasa. He does stay larger than him throughout the series, but you know, he kept calling him Chibi as a derogatory term. But yeah, once that overhead is done and Tsubasa spends all day learning it and finally perfects it, that's when the training art starts. The training arc. And all of the Nankatsu team, including ever so lovable glasses joke punchline Manabu, they all start learning to improve their technique by taking a ball with them wherever they go, the way Tsubasa does. And we get into some comedic scenes like Ishizaki being late for school, Manabu not being able to dribble downstairs or up slopes, you know. But you kind of start to see the belief building up in this team that maybe there is something they can do. We also get to see a match with Shutetsu, so this is where we can introduce the Shutetsu quartet that start appearing in the series. Shingo Takasugi, big man defender with long throws. Hajime Taki, the wing wizard, sideline dribbler guy. Kisugi Teppe, the striker. Sorry if I keep kind of switching up between saying surnames first and first names first. Is just kind of the weird thing with speaking English while talking about Japanese characters. And Izawa Mamoru, the playmaker and master of headers of this team. And again, these guys are national champions, so they're a very formidable team, right? And we keep going through the preparation arc. We're also introduced to the Nishigaoka team, captained by Urabe Hanji, who Roberto called up as a way to help Nankatsu get ready for the match. And it's this is where, you know, Takahashi still hasn't quite decided the power levels that he's going with, because Tsubasa's first goal scored here is him literally standing next to his own goal line and taking a shot all the way across the field, which just everybody looks like, what the fuck? Like, it was one of those things. Yeah, Kisugi, the goal getter. Oh, I'll have words about him. Believe you me. So that's pretty much the prep for the match. We also get the day of the whole athletic meet between the Shutetsu and Nankatsu schools, which is what the football match is included within. And Tsubasa actually ends up joining the relay race with his ball and actually runs faster than everyone else. Tsubasa is just, like, it's funny because as broken as he is later in the series, like, things he's doing already are absurd. But we get to the payoff of this whole story, which is Nankatsu versus Shutetsu, the big match. And early on, the strategy that Roberto has set is for Tsubasa to defend as a sweeper. And it works for so long, as in Nankatsu end up managing to defend. Eventually, though, as Shutetsu are starting to build attacks, what ends up happening is Tsubasa ends up abandoning the plan altogether because Genzo challenges him. But eventually, as it stays as a stalemate, the one time after that, halftime rather, Naruto goes, "Oh, you left the plan, but you almost ended up scoring." Oh, right, I completely forgot part of the setup for this match. Okay, so as part of the training, uh, Roberto makes Tsubasa stand as a goalkeeper to teach him that curling shots are harder for goalkeepers to stop. And Tsubasa ends up trying out that theory and almost scores. And that's what ends up encouraging Roberto to say, you know what? Forget the defense, go up there and attack. In the meantime, we're also getting the preparation for another character to enter the story, a very key character, Misaki Taro. Misaki is also joining the Nankatsu school, but he hasn't found it yet, and it's the athletic meet, and he can't find anybody, so he's still on his way to where the match is going on. And up until this point, the match is still going. But as Tsubasa's on the attack, eventually what happens is that Shutetsu managed to find the opportunity while Tsubasa is far up the field to eventually score. And that is where things start to get a bit dicey. And the thing about this is that Genzo, in between the halves, because he was so rattled by Tsubasa, the facade starts to break. And he goes, guys, I know I asked for 50 goals, but I just need one. I realize the whole 50 goals thing is a little bit overly ridiculous, but at this point, you can see that, Genzo's starting to realize just how good this chibi he's been talking down to really is. And he's starting to realize how big of a threat he is. As soon as they score, Chutetsu activate what's called the Torikago, based on Genzo's instruction, literally the birdcage. By just keeping the ball, passing it back and forth, and, Nankatsu look really helpless, especially despite how much they've improved, which Genzo acknowledges. It's hard for them to deal with a plan like this with how tired they are from chasing the match the whole time. But it comes down, after all of this, to Ishizaki displaying his main characteristic that's going to be there throughout the series, just his sheer guts and determination. He's the one who ends up getting the crucial tackle to break the whole cage. And that ends up giving Tsubasa the opportunity to finally, after bombarding Genzo's goal as hard as he can, to finally push a goal in. And that is where things get really difficult for Genzo on a mental level, because he's like, I conceded. I said that if I conceded, I'd be done. And he starts walking off the field, basically abandoning the match. And it's a big moment in his character, although it happens in a way that I don't think would have been done in a show today. Mikami goes up to him and essentially just slaps the shit out of him. Like, all right, I've had enough. You need to wake up and lead this team as the captain. And in another trope that will happen where characters who are shitheads just get woken up by whatever big incident happens and inspired by Tsubasa. All right, everybody, time to play clean. No more birdcage. Time for us to go after this. And the thing is also, in this incident, Ishizaki, trying to break the birdcage, gets injured. He tries to carry on. He can't. A couple of other players, including Urabi and his lordship Kishida, tried to hop in. But, this is where this is obviously all setting up for the introduction of another part of this series' Big Four, and I'll get to the fourth one when we reach him. But Misaki comes in, just kind of bamboozles everyone with his amazing dribbling, and ends up joining the team. Unfortunately for him, Genzo is now on some whole other shit, and with the way he's leading the attack, with Izawa, Ksugi, and everyone doing their best, eventually Genzo actually comes up and just smashes one in from distance, and keeps encouraging the team that, this is how we do it, this is how we're going to win. Misaki starts feeling the pressure, and part of his character that we're going to see throughout the series, I got in and we conceded. I don't want anyone to think that we lost because of me. And he and Tsubasa are working these amazing combinations into what eventually becomes known as the Golden Duel, Golden Kombi. And keep the word Kombi in mind, because it's going to be a very prevalent theme. The Sky and Sea. Wouldn't that have been? Wouldn't that have been a timeline of all time? Eventually, Tsubasa and Misaki, using a series of exchanged headers, Another thing Takahashi likes to go back to: score the tying goal against Genzo. The match ends in a draw. Everybody's happy. And now these teams start thinking about, the national championship, because that's the upcoming challenge, right? But it turns out that Nankatsu and Shutetsu are not going to compete with each other, because Shizuoka are actually going to have a full selection team from the entire prefecture put together, including Nankatsu and Shutetsu. As the selection starts going and they have little test matches to decide, Genzo obviously gets in the team and he's elected as the captain. Tsubasa gets in, Misaki, the whole Shutetsu quartet, Urabe, Kishida, along with a couple of other defenders that'll be a little relevant later, Nishio and Nakayama, and of course the whole Shutetsu team, as I just mentioned. So, and last but not least, obviously, Ishizaki. These are basically the main key characters that we get in the Nankatsu team. But we also start getting introduced to a new rival that we're going to see, and the fourth member of the Big Four, Hyuga Kojiro. Hyuga is shown to be a pretty damn rough player, at least at the start. And at this point, we all know Hyuga for his rolled up sleeves look that is essentially his trademark, but that hadn't happened yet. He looked kind of like most of the other characters in the series. But we start seeing how he just dribbles in a straight line and just blows everyone away, and his shots are super powerful and he doesn't care about anyone. But we also start to see the other side of his character, in the sense that he is the eldest of 4 siblings. His father died in a car accident long ago, Torakokun again, and he's just doing his best to make ends meet, including moving around beer crates as a miner, which I always find really funny. But yeah, he gets introduced, and his main target is Genzo. Like, he is zeroed in on Genzo and wants to take him down. We start to meet some of the other characters around, including from Hokkaido, Furano's Matsuyama. Oh, I've been mentioning the Big Four, so I kind of want to get this bit out of the way. The last 4 characters to be placed into the list will be, in order, Misaki, Genzo, Hyuga, and Tsubasa. They will be the last 4 to be tiered, because they are the 4 core characters of the story for the protagonist side. So we'll deal with that when the time comes. But yeah, we start getting introduced to Hyuga and his team, Meiwa, as well as minor introductions to Sawada Takeshi, his 4th grade partner and playmaker, as well as, where did he go? Kira Kozo, their coach, and there is also the Nankatsu coach, Shiroyama. Now, this might seem like a really, really minor character to include, but there is one really cool incident with him that I want to highlight. But I'll get to that when the time comes. Now, with everybody introduced here, Hyuga shows up at the Nankatsu training ground, and he ends up challenging Genzo, who, what we're not aware of at this time, well, we're aware of as the audience, but a bit of dramatic irony there. Genzo sustains an injury during the Nankatsu team selections, and Hyuga takes one of his powerful shots at him, and Genzo doesn't move, and everybody's like, how the hell did this guy score so easily? And it turns out later, Tsubasa and everyone find out that Genzo's injured, and it's unfortunate for him, but, they end up starting to proceed through the matches, and of course, they need a different keeper to deal with things, which is going to be our buddy Morisaki Yuzo. Initially, things seem to be okay until Genzo's injuries definitely get the better of him, and he's forced to be rested for a match against a team called Shimada. And this is where I want to focus on Shiroyama. So, Morisaki's in goal. It's a really rainy match. Shimada are a very well-drilled, well-disciplined team. And there's also a bit of conflict going on with the Shutetsu guys not really fully trusting Tsubasa yet, despite him clearly being the best player and their star striker. And it's just not going well. Shimada take a long-range shot. It deflects, and Morisaki is just kind of completely thrown off by this and makes a really weak jump and concedes. establishing his undeserved reputation as a bum throughout the story, and I will be very focused on going against this. But the match is really, really difficult, and Shimada eventually lucked their way out into, and with their effort and persistence with the rain and a bit of good luck, they get a second goal that Morisaki can't catch because the ball's too wet. And it's looking really dire. It's, I think, one of the first times I felt real tension that Tsubasa might actually lose. Funny how that works later on in the series. But at this point, why am I mentioning Shiroyama? Because Genzo goes, "Coach, you have to let me in. We can't keep conceding like this. It's going to get really bad." And Shiroyama, in his one big moment in the series, just looks at Genzo. Actually, he doesn't even look at him. He just keeps his eyes dead set on the pitch and tells Genzo, "You know what, Genzo? I'll be honest. If we can't overcome this kind of challenge, we don't deserve to be in the Nationals." It's one of the first big coaching moments that happens, and it's one of the it's the only one Shiroyama gets. And the thing is, Shiroyama kind of doesn't really get too many other big moments throughout, but I feel this one is so good that he merits at least a placement right now in the C tier, because his role essentially from this point on is just, let's go boys, we can do this, whatever, just typical coaching stuff. But I'm placing him in here because he is, that moment I think is very, very poignant, and I just really remember it all the way through. Tsubasa eventually picks up the ball from the backfield when he realizes that he's been isolated for so long, and it's the first inkling we get into his ability to view the field in a wider viewpoint and start to build what ends up becoming his persona as a playmaker. And eventually Nankatsu make the comeback and win. They win their next match, make it to the Nationals. And we start getting introduced to some of the rivals they're going to face, including we get a preview of the Tachibana twins. We get a preview of Nakanishi, as well as Jun Misugi. Now, throughout all of this, I've neglected this character a bit because I didn't know where exactly to mention her. But throughout all this, the Nankatsu School's cheerleading squad leader, Nakazawa Sanae, has been there crushing on Tsubasa the whole time. She's a character whose role significantly changes throughout the story, but let's go ahead and figure her in as well. She's there for comedic relief, and some of the scenes that she's in are, let's say, I guess, more understandable by 80s standards, but super difficult to understand if you try to do anything like that today, because she tries to hail a truck to take them to the national grounds in Yomiuri Land, and the way she does it is, I don't want to even describe it because it's a bit too weird for coming from a 12-year-old. But you know, that side of her character gets completely discarded as the series goes on. So we've established a lot of the characters, a lot of the main antagonists, protagonists, and whatnot that we're going to have in this national tournament. And before everybody travels, Genzo makes Tsubasa promise him, make sure you don't lose until you meet Hyuga, because I have to get my revenge on this guy. Because Genzo, with his injury, and he had played one more match in the Nationals qualification, and his injury got so bad that he can't participate in the Nationals until the final. So this is where he's stuck now, and Tsubasa gets elected as the new captain in his stead, and that ends up picking up everyone's spirits, especially the Shutetsu guys who were like, we've never done this without Genzo, how are we going to win? So this ends up being the whole setup for Nationals. But, of course, twist of fate. The draws happen for the group stage, and Nankatsu are placed with Hyuga's Meiwa, and they are placed with them to play the very first match. And you can feel Genzo's rage in this moment. Like, he is livid that he doesn't get to get his match against Hyuga and that it happened so early. But it is what it is. Nankatsu have to face Meiwa. We also get introduced to, I mentioned Matsuyama. We get to see him play a bit and show his main ball-keeping ability. He'll be more relevant in a little bit here. So all the setup now is, what's Nankatsu going to do about facing Meiwa? So that's going to be the next match we talk about. With the keeper situation being what it is, Nankatsu and Meiwa start facing against each other, and Tsubasa and Hyuga immediately start establishing what's going to be the main carrying rivalry throughout this story. For example, before the tournament starts, Tsubasa has to swear the captain's oath, which is sworn by the captain of the most recent national champion, which Nankatsu is essentially speaking for Shutetsu, since they're representing Shizuoka. And Hyuga shows his more antagonistic side by saying, "My oath is I'm going to whoop your ass," essentially. And we start seeing in the field the differences of their play. Tsubasa being a more technical player, Hyuga being a more power-based player. And there's also a scout watching this match from a place called Toho Academy, who is potentially looking to pick up either Tsubasa or Hyuga, since they've been following those teams' qualification to the Nationals, including when Hyuga abandoned his team for a while to teach them a lesson and then came back. So with that, we start seeing Nankatsu doing really well, and now I don't remember the goal scoring order very well here, because this match has a lot of goals. It turns into a major shootout, but the key parts here are obviously Tsubasa and Misaki establishing the golden combo. Misaki showing that because of how much he's gone around Japan due to his father's work, he has met players from all over the place. He actually played with Meiwa for a while. He played with Furano for a while. So both Matsuyama and Hyuga are former teammates of his. And he starts showing that familiarity also with Takeshi's Sawada, who was not in the main team at the time that Misaki was there. And he shows the respect that's there. The main incident in this match that opens the goal floodgates is Hyuga scoring a goal by essentially knocking the shit out of Morisaki with his shot. And Morisaki is just trembling at this point, because he just doesn't understand how a shot can be this powerful. And the score never exceeds, I think, a 2-goal difference, but because I believe it was Nankatsu scoring first, then Hyuga doing that, and right after that, Hyuga passes the ball to Sawada and tells him, just take the shot. And Sawada's confused because it's so far out. He takes the shot, and it's a very weak shot, very easy for any keeper to catch, and all the Nankatsu guys are like, there's no way anything's going to happen here. And it just goes in, because Morisaki is just frozen with fear. And Tsubasa has to end up helping by being the captain that he is. And this is, I guess, a really nice bit of trivia. Who did the first face block in the series history? It wasn't actually Ishizaki, despite that becoming his trademark move later. Tsubasa ends up doing it, and he stops one of Hyuga's shots with a face block, and then looks at Morisaki and tells him, the ball is a friend, you don't have to be afraid of it. And this is what gives Morisaki his guts back. Another Meiwa player takes a shot, and Morisaki ends up saving it. And from this point on, it's just a straight shootout. Tsubasa scores, Hyuga scores, Tsubasa scores, Hyuga scores. And it ends up being at 5-5. Which, I mentioned Ishizaki. Ishizaki was still on the bench at this point, not even a main player on the team. What ends up happening later, the very end of the match, and part of why I don't appreciate how Ishizaki's always been painted out as this monkey clown bum of a defender that always causes bad things to happen. The score is 5-5. Ball is in the Nankatsu third, and Meiwa are just hammering them. It's just an ongoing attack. A shot gets stopped by Hyuga, and this is where he despairs because Tsubasa was the one to stop him. And it is in this incident that he's starting to lose hope that he's going to win. The ball goes to Takasugi. Takasugi, the super experienced national level defender. He's amazing. There's no way he could make a mistake, right? Sawada just steals in ahead of him and takes the winning shot. Meiwa wins 6-5. And I think this is honestly one of the best moments in the series. The match is a give and take. It's a bit too messy sometimes, but it's one of the best moments in the series because Tsubasa experiences real adversity. He loses. He's distraught. And if you watch the 80s anime, the music that they debut for this scene is heartbreaking. And it plants a seed of doubt in your heart that can Tsubasa win every single time. Genzo's distraught, Tsubasa's crying. Even though, they have the little scene in the middle of the match where Kojiro tells Hyuga, this isn't a game for me, you don't understand how much this means to me. And Tsubasa responds with, this isn't a game to me either, this is my dream. And Tsubasa was not able to back that up with a win. What complicates matters further is that the other team in their group is Hanawa, which is led by the Tachibana twins, who are also a really tough team. Nankatsu win the rest of their matches up until they're supposed to face Hanawa, but Hanawa and Meiwa essentially match-fixing a draw. Yeah, they just match-fix because why not? Makes it so that Nankatsu have to win against Hanawa to advance. And this is also a pretty poignant match in the sense that it's essentially the beginning of Ishizaki's arc, but I'll detail how that happens. Hanawa show that they have the best combination play other than Tsubasa and Misaki with Masao and Kazuha Tachibana. The reason I'm not going to tier these two characters separately is because throughout the story, these two are never separated in any shape, way, or form. So there's really no point in tiering them in any separate way. They start showing their combination play, and they show off a technique that they had kept hidden because they wanted to use it in the finals. But it's called the triangle shot, where one of them kicks the ball upwards near the goal. The other one jumps up off the post, heads it back, and then the first one kicks it into goal. And at that point, everybody's mind is blown. And it is also, other than Tsubasa's overhead, one of the key techniques, one of the first special shots that we truly see in the series. And I don't really count the overhead because, as cool as it is, it's not on this level, right? And in the middle of all of this, another thing that happens as Nankatsu are chasing the game, I think they end up tying the score, I don't remember exactly. But as the match is still in the balance, Nishio, one of the Nankatsu defenders, gets injured. And this is where Ishizaki finally makes his debut. An attack comes in, and the ball reaches Ishizaki after it's been cleared or stopped or whatever. All right, Ishizaki, pass the ball forward, buddy. And he is shivering. You can see that he's not feeling great. Tries to make the clearance. The ball just skids off the side of his boot and ends up as an own goal. And this ends up being a harrowing moment for Ishizaki, and one that chases him essentially throughout the rest of the series. And it could be the beginning of a downfall for Nankatsu, but he ends up gathering his courage again, makes a big stop on one of Hanawa's attempts at a counterattack, sets it up for Nankatsu to score and proceed to the next rounds. So it's a pretty cool match in terms of the action that happens, and a really cool moment for Ishizaki. First Kuchuwaza Kuchuwaza, I think, is the right thing. Anyway, Nankatsu proceeds to the next rounds, where we have already met. Where did I put him? There he is, Nakanishi. Nakanishi has kind of been talking a big game this whole time, telling Tsubasa, I'm going to be better than Genzo. I'm obviously the better keeper. He's not here, so there's nobody else that can keep up with me. Pardon me. And, he's talking all that shit, so Tsubasa, basically, if you've seen the Michael Jordan meme, I took it personally. Tsubasa takes it very personally. Initially, Nakanishi shows that, he's not just some kind of big lug. He's surprisingly competent at setting up his team, giving his teammates instructions. Oh, also he's from the Kansai region, so he has the whole Kansai Ben thing going on. But that's besides the point. Initially, it looks really hard for Tsubasa to score because Nakanishi's so big. His frame covers most of the goal. He goes for a low shot, and Nakanishi actually makes a surprisingly agile save. So it looks pretty intimidating, but slowly Tsubasa, as he starts to direct the team, noticing that Nakanishi's instructions are a little too obvious, He uses that to press the ball off of his teammates. I don't even remember the name of the team at this point. But that ends up allowing Tsubasa to score after bamboozling Nakanishi up close. He manages to do it again, and that makes Nakanishi so angry that his next course of action, he just goes, whatever happens, I'm going to stop this third goal no matter what. Oh, right. Tsubasa scores from outside the penalty area with one of his shots because he wanted to prove a point. You're not as good as Genzo. And very few people are. And we'll see that when we discuss later stories. But Nakanishi's next course of action is he just puts his hands together. He is like, essentially, I'm gonna kill you. He just jumps in and tries to crush Tsubasa with his bare hands. Luckily, Tsubasa's agile and skilled enough to just work his way around it and score the third goal for the hat trick. And there goes Nakanishi. Now, I think at this point it's fair to actually tier Nakanishi because I think he's a character that would have had a lot of potential, but I think he's just a functional D-tier character. He's an obstacle, a funny-looking one and all that. I could move him up a tier just based on that, but he's just not... He talks a big game and ends up just getting completely destroyed. Now, you'll notice this whole time I've been talking, I've mostly been talking about Tsubasa because even though the other players give some minor contributions here and there, at this point Takahashi had established a lot of his matches as ace versus ace, with some help from a supporting cast member. And the likes of Takasugi, Izawa, Taki, Kisugi, Urabe, they don't really do that many key contributions in matches. Although, in our next match, that is about to change because we start getting the foreshadowing to Tsubasa's next most difficult match, the one against Misugi. Misugi is definitely one of the most fascinating characters in the whole series. And, oh, I see we have some Japanese in the chat. Really sorry I can't read Nihongo. I just speak tiny bits of it. But anyway, back to the setup. So Misugi has a heart disease, and this isn't public knowledge, but it's why his team play most of their time in matches without him, and he just enters for a short amount of time to kind of just establish enough of a lead to for Musashi, his team, to actually win. And what he ends up doing is, just showing that he's incredibly technically gifted. He's a great leader, but the whole thing with his heart is preventing him from being, the big player that he could be. But he sees Tsubasa and just draws a bullseye on him. I want to play against that guy. I want to go against Tsubasa in a full match, which would be, I think, 60 minutes for this age group? Anyway, besides the point. But we get this setup, and Tsubasa is given this info before the match by Misugi's love interest, Yayoi, who is also a childhood friend of Tsubasa, who begs Tsubasa to let Misugi win. This match, I think, has some of the heaviest emotional beats of the story all the way through, and I think it is incredibly poignant in that sense. I keep saying poignant. Anyway, now, the match starts, and it looks really rough right out of the gates because this is the first time Tsubasa faces someone who can truly match him, not just match him, surpass him when it comes to technique. And that is something he didn't think possible in this level. And Misugi's really showing him how amazingly gifted he is. They start exchanging goals, and again, it's Tsubasa versus Misugi. But this is where one key role gets highlighted. Because Tsubasa and Misugi are locked in their confrontation, Misaki's role in this becomes really important in helping Tsubasa find chances and create chances for him. But as Tsubasa starts losing more and more confrontations, he starts to lose heart because he's never faced an opponent this good. And slowly, more and more things keep happening that make Tsubasa keep losing confidence. Eventually, as the rain starts falling and the match starts getting more and more emotional, Misugi actually sees that Tsubasa is hesitating a bit and just goes at him with one sentence. "You know about my heart, don't you?" And you can see in that realization, Misugi is so determined and he just goes, "I'm not dealing with you if you're not going to take this match 100%, and I am incredibly disappointed." And the match just keeps going on with Tsubasa unable to gather the strength despite scoring earlier on and keeping it tied. As Misugi keeps and puts Musashi into the lead, Tsubasa looks like he's close to his breaking point. He just falls on his knees in the middle of the ground with his, with tears in his eyes. And it's a point where he needs good support. And Roberto and Genzo, who has made it over to Yomiuri Land, both give him his pep talk, like, "You have to get up and finish this. What happened to our promise?" Roberto, by this point, had already made the agreement with Tsubasa's parents that he'd take him to Brazil, despite the doubts that he was showing throughout this arc about whether that's really a good idea. And Genzo, obviously, with their promise to face Meiwa and Hyuga at the end. And what ends up happening is Tsubasa is able to gather his courage again to take Misugi head on. And Misugi is starting to show also that, with his condition, things are starting to get rougher and rougher. And at one point where the score is tied, Misugi starts setting up one big final attack, and it is incredibly difficult for him to do it. Takasugi actually ends up giving him a shoulder barge right in the heart, because that is something that's going to happen to Misugi time and time again. And he clashes with Tsubasa after that. But as the ball is up in the air, Misugi manages to get his bearings and do one of the most beautifully drawn and choreographed jumping volleys you will see in the series. But then you get a moment that I think in both the original anime and in this story is just masterful. Misugi is just standing there in the rain and he's just not moving. It is a moment of sheer dread. Misugi's parents are watching. Yayoi is watching. Tsubasa's obviously looking on in horror. And everybody is thinking, that's it. He's done. He is about to die. But Misugi instead just puts a hand to his heart and just says, "It's still beating." And it is just such a powerful moment because it's like this realization from him that maybe he can do better. Maybe he can, improve his health and reach a point where this can be normal for him. And it is beautiful, really. And it's why this match is one of the most memorable in the series for a lot of people. But Misugi is pretty much at his physical limits, so he goes on full defense. Nankatsu eventually equalized through Tsubasa coming up with a sliding shot through the rain, which was his way. Oh, I completely forgot a moment. Yeah. Pardon me because I didn't script this, so there are some moments that'll escape my my memory in a bit. Another thing that it caused Tsubasa to lose heart is because Misugi had been utilizing commanding an offside trap against him, which Tsubasa had never faced before, and was obviously really uncommon for kids in grade school, right, to be using an offside trap. But now with Misugi all the way in the back, this is no longer viable. And eventually, Nankatsu managed to force, through a series of exchanges in front of the goal mouth, they managed to force the winner through Misaki combining with Tsubasa for the winning goal. Oh, is that what they did in the dub back then? What? Because you can't make foreign characters say Alhamdulillah, huh? Alright, so that ends up finishing that side of the story. Now, this whole time we've also seen Meiwa start setting up for the final, and part of what happens is that they face Furano, led by Matsuyama. And Hyuga, with how, he's dealing with the heat and, the exhaustion from all of his work, the stress from realizing that he got approached by the Toho scout, everything is just coming together for him in a way that has literally made him sick. He's feeling a fever, he's getting dizzy, and while he does manage to score, Matsuyama and Furano eventually manage to tie the score due to conceding a penalty that Matsuyama ends up scoring, and it looks really dire. Another time that Matsuyama's attacking, Hyuga just essentially puts on his cape and go, "I'm gonna handle this guy. I got this." And Matsuyama sees him coming and basically puts his own leg in the way, takes the brunt of the tackle, which is really dangerous. Don't do this at home. Your leg could get broken. And that way, Hyuga actually ends up conceding another penalty. And it looks for just a moment that that Meiwa may not make it to the promised rematch. But this is where we get the entry of another important character, Wakashimazu Ken, who is the goalkeeper for Meiwa. And initially, he looks like just evil long-haired Genzo because he comes in wearing a cap, just like the one Genzo wears. But yeah, he stands in goal, and he starts giving Matsuyama the eyes, like, you can't do this. You're not good enough. And Matsuyama rushes his shot to the point where Ken is able to clearly see where it's going, makes the save, starts the counterattack to Hyuga, and that ends up being the winning goal. Hyuga ends up eventually recovering in time for the final. Genzo is also ready, so stage is set, right? We have our final, Nankatsu versus Meiwa. I almost said Toho because that's going to be relevant later. We have the stage set. Morisaki can finally rest from all the efforts he's been putting in. And we get the big showdown. But now with the real keepers in goal, it becomes much harder for both Tsubasa and Hyuga to score. They have their face-offs. They get the whole thing where they both try to kick the ball and their legs are numb, and that's going to be a repeated trope throughout many big face-offs in the series. I might not remember to note it every time. But we also get one of the main things that Genzo does, which he did to Tsubasa in the athletic meet, but it wasn't as important there. It's a lot more important here. Hyuga takes a shot from outside the box, and Genzo obviously saves it. STGK, right? Super great goalkeeper. And sorry, it's just it looks so cool though. Like the Dreamfest Ken just looks so cool. Sorry. All right. So as soon as that happens, Ishizaki gives arguably one of his greatest contributions to the match, other than the face block he'll give later, which is just taunting Hyuga and telling him, "See, even Tsubasa can't do that." And Hyuga, knowing that the scout is watching, just goes, challenge accepted. Challenge fucking accepted. I'm going to score from outside the penalty area. And he just keeps shooting and shooting and shooting. And obviously, it's just not happening, right? And Ken and Takeshi are looking at Hyuga like, what is going on with him? And even the Toho scout is thinking, if he's a striker that can't put the benefit of the team ahead of his own, then he's probably not good enough to be on our school team. And it really starts to look bad for Hyuga. Now, by this point, I believe the first half ends 0-0, and a really cool moment for Takeshi happens as they all start to discuss what's going on, and everybody's kind of afraid of going to Hyuga straight up and telling him, what's going on, Captain? Takeshi just goes, what you're doing today is wrong. You taught us that soccer is not about losing. You taught us that winning at all costs is what matters. And you're throwing that away today. And Hyuga initially looks like he's about to attack Takeshi. And instead, it ends up being one of the most important bonding moments between them, that Hyuga just puts his hand on Takeshi's shoulders and says, you're right. I let the whole scouting thing get to me, which I hadn't told any of you guys before, but we're going to do it right this time. And eventually it culminates in Meiwa finally getting their goal through a relentless attack, and it ends up starting to become this more heavily contested match between the two teams. Tsubasa and Misaki suffer injuries. It starts looking bad. Ken is stopping a lot of shots, including being able to stop Tsubasa's overhead using, I believe that was when he debuted his Sankakutobi, his triangle jumping off of the post to be able to reach the ball. And it becomes a really difficult match. Now, the details on which goals are scored when escape me, but I want to say the first goal Nankatsu score are through Tsubasa and Misaki in a moment of sheer coincidence, playing the twin shot, which, since the ball's moving all around, Ken just gets completely bamboozled by it and concedes. Meiwa end up scoring again through sheer determination up close and fighting Genzo in the penalty area. Tsubasa, I don't remember. I think Nankatsu's second goal was where Tsubasa does the forward flip when the ball is far away from him after a deflection. And eventually, what ends up happening towards the end is, with everything looking really bad, the match going to extra time, everybody getting really tired, a counterattack goes out to Hyuga, and he's in ample space. It's looking really dire. All of a sudden, the ball is taken off his feet, even though there are no defenders near him, and it's Genzo. Genzo just goes up all the way from his goal, starts the major counterattack, takes the shot. In the middle of all the deflections, Tsubasa finds a chance to use an overhead that ends up piercing the net and giving Nankatsu the win. And the rivalry between Tsubasa and Hyuga is truly cemented here in how key it is for the rest of the series and the mutual respect they earn. From this point on, we also get a lot of characters going their separate ways. We get Misaki is leaving, traveling again to go to Europe with his father, who's going to do a lot of painting work there. Genzo is approached by Mikami to go to Germany to do some goalkeeper training there, since Mikami is going to be working on his official coaching license. So that's two core members of Nankatsu leaving, so we get our goodbyes there. But the shocking goodbye that happens, Tsubasa has been waiting for this win since Roberto promised him, "You'll go with me to Brazil." What happened mid-match is that Roberto actually abandons the match completely and says, "You're too young. I can't have this on my conscience. I'm just a retired player, retired due to an injury and a bit of a drunkard. I'm not going to be the best role model for you to follow," despite Tsubasa idolizing Roberto up to this point. And we get the scene of, why Roberto, with Tsubasa crying, seeing the plane, because he reaches the airport as the airplane takes off. And it hurts him, but he did leave Tsubasa with something important, which is the 52-page notebook. Go Juni page noto, something like that. It ends up being a list of notes that Roberto left for Tsubasa, so he's not abandoning the idea of Tsubasa going to Brazil yet, but he leaves him with a bunch of things to do in order to really advance himself as a soccer player throughout middle school. We got a time skip now. And this is where we're in middle school. Misaki is obviously nowhere to be seen since he's in Europe. But Tsubasa and everybody are still doing their stuff in Nankatsu. They have won 2 national middle school championships, beating Toho both times. So they're going for their 3rd one in a row. Hyuga is obviously really upset by this and trying to really break his losing streak. But Nankatsu are not given the chance to really think about Toho directly, because their first immediate threat pops up in Otomo, which is captained by Urabe, and where we get introduced to another key character we're going to have for at least this part of the arc, and sporadically throughout the series, Nitta Shun, a first-year forward who actually helped Nankatsu win the nationals after Tsubasa and everybody graduated. Really fast. They always tell you he can run the 100 meters in 11 seconds, and he has one of the first ground special shots, actually the first one we get, which is the Hayabusa shot. Peregrine Falcon is the official translation for it. Anyway, at least the one that Shinji uses. But Urabe and everybody show up at Nankatsu, and they kind of taunt them, and Urabe is kind of having his villain arc, like, you guys think you're so cool, you're the ever so prestigious Nankatsu school, and we're going to beat you guys for the Shizuoka seat in the Nationals. You're not going to be able to handle us. We have our striker. We have all 4 of our defenders, who are Urabe, Kishida, Nakayama, and Nishio, who were all on the Nankatsu team and have all been replaced on the Nankatsu middle school team by other players who were in the original Nankatsu team way back when from the athletic meetup. And immediately, although Tsubasa's suffering a minor injury, he's shocked by the Otomo Quartet that I just mentioned, taking the ball off him and setting up Nita for a shot. And there are two personality arcs happening for Tsubasa in this part of the series. One has to do with his captaincy and his complacency of being, you know, the two-time national champion. The other one, not as important, but still relevant and will have a payoff, is the love triangle between, quote unquote, between him, Sanae, and Kumi, another manager that is with the team. Sanae is no longer a cheerleader captain. She's now a manager, which is, you know, in the Japanese sports circle, somebody who's responsible for equipment, towels, water, gear, everything. So Kumi shows up as a younger student, and she's got the eyes for Tsubasa. She's essentially there to be the catalyst for Sanae to kind of just acknowledge her feelings for the guy. But let's set that aside for the bigger thing, which is right. Everyone's training hard to beat Nankatsu. Yeah, sorry, it's just because the reaction thing is like in the middle of the comments sometimes, so I can't see the whole comment without actually looking up there. Oh, a Shahid. I like that. So Tsubasa, after this happens, essentially goes, I have let my guard down, and I need to get everybody back up to speed. He starts training twice as hard, obviously with Sanae by his side. But then, one of the coolest scenes in the series happens for me, where Tsubasa is talking to the team, and he's telling everybody, after they're fully exhausted, all right, time for a 5-against-4 game. And Ishizaki just goes, Tsubasa, we're dying here. We just let us have 5 minutes. And Tsubasa said, did you not hear me? Did you not hear me, asshole? I said we're doing 5 versus 4 right now. And it almost looks like it's going to get into a fight, but the coach, Furuya, comes in. I didn't tear him because I don't think he has as many cool moments as the one big one that Shiruyama has, but this is a nice thing he does. He says, guys, break it up. We'll have a short break, and then we'll play 11v11, first and second years versus third years, but Tsubasa, you'll be with the first and second years, because Furuya sees what Tsubasa's trying to do. So Tsubasa essentially goes all Thanos and says, I'll handle it myself. And the match starts, and the first and second years are obviously a couple levels below the national level team that Nankatsu has built up to this point. And the first thing that happens, the ball goes to Taki on the side, and he goes, oh, I'm gonna... Wait, actually, which one of these happened first? Anyway, first thing that happens is... I'll list out the events. Taki tries to attack from the side. Ha, I got this. I'm gonna do my favorite sideline dribble thing. And Tsubasa goes up and says, oh, you're gonna do this thing again? You're gonna need to learn to play some actual football, son. And takes it off of him. Another attack starts when Tsubasa passes it to one of his teammates. Izawa takes it. All right, time for me to start an attack. I'll try to pass it to Kisugi. And Tsubasa goes, your playmaking is way too slow. And immediately takes it off of him. And then before he starts his next attack, points at Kisugi and tells him, you know, you're supposed to be our main goal scorer, and you're already that tightly marked. How is Izawa even supposed to pass to you, you bum? And finally, he goes and attacks, gets between Ishizaki and Takasugi, and tells them this is not the level of defense that's going to get us to a third victory. And then shoots at a pretty powerful shot, but one that's pretty close to Morisaki, and just gives him the zinger and tells him Genzo would have stopped that with his chest. And everybody is just glaring at Tsubasa right now, like, what is wrong with you? But deep down inside, all of them realize what he's trying to tell them. And Ishizaki basically voices everyone's opinion when he says, all right, let's do this again. We'll get you this time. And that is the wake-up call for Nankatsu. And Tsubasa has finally gotten through to all of them. And this is where things are going to... This is going to be like their motivation to go and try to win the V3. And yeah, it was arguably maybe his best captaincy moment throughout the series, honestly. Middle School Tsubasa did not mess around. Just getting some hydration. Oh, this yapping, bro. Okay, so in the meantime, also, we found out that Otomo are definitely keeping up their training. And, you know, the Shizuoka championship start, and the little rivalry between Urabe and Ishizaki continues from their elementary school days, where they end up betting on the loser of the championships and whoever scores fewer goals doing whatever the winner says. But they go through. It's a pretty straightforward path for Nankatsu and Otomo to get to the final. Nothing really big happening. So we get to that match, and Nita is obviously zeroed in on Tsubasa. And Tsubasa realizes this. And he tells Coach Furuya, you know what? This guy wants to face me. I'm going to mark him. Put me in defensive midfield, and I'm going to handle it myself. And this way, even though the Otomo Quartet keeps trying to pass the ball to Nita, every time he tries to receive the ball, Tsubasa's right there to take it off him again. But Tsubasa's not joining the attacks as much so that he can keep marking Nita. And, you know, so it leaves it up to Izawa, Kisugi, and Taki to start trying to set up attacks. Oh, the Germany theme's on, my favorite. Now, the thing that happens that inspires Nita... sorry if I hit the mic, if I caused a bit of an explosion there, my knee hit the desk. But... Nita realizes that he can't beat Tsubasa the way things are happening, and eventually a Nankatsu counterattack happens where Tsubasa goes forward towards the end of the half, and he takes a direct volley from distance and ends up scoring, because up until that point, Ichijo, the keeper who was Nita's partner in Yomiuri, since Tsubasa went to ask Shirayama about them, but he actually had been stopping all of the efforts from Taki, Izawa, everyone, and when Tsubasa scores that way, Nita realizes that's my ticket. That's the only way I can do this. And eventually, Otomo, with their rock-solid defense, they start setting up Nita with chances for that. And Nita tries the first running volley, and it's a nightmare. It literally goes out for like a throw-in, and everybody starts making fun of him. But where this character earns his respect is by going, this all doesn't matter. I have to just keep trying. And time after time, it starts coming together. And on the fifth one, on his fifth try, he finally gets the running Hayabusa volley. And it is a beautiful shot. Beautifully drawn. Looks cool in the anime adaptations. Amazing looking shot. And Nita ends up tying the score. And this is where, you know, Nankatsu are now tied. They have to do something. And eventually, you know, it's getting towards the end of the match because Nita was, you know, spending so much time trying to get this volley right. Actually, in the crowd at this point, we actually get introduced to another upcoming character, which is Jito from the Hirado school, as well as his partner. No, that's not the one. Sano. And these guys are observing the match, and Jito actually turns out to be a cousin of Yukari, who's one of the other Nankatsu managers. And he's saying, you know, we got this. We're just here to observe. We know we're going to win. Hello, First Paid. Welcome to the stream. Now, back to the match. Nankatsu end up scoring and getting ahead. I believe the goal was scored through a follow-up after a deflected shot from Taki. I want to say it was either Izawa or Kisugi who took the shot. And Taki ends up following it in. Taki honestly has a really good middle school arc, not gonna lie. Now, with Nankatsu ahead, they start defending and they don't allow Otomo much time. Otomo. I don't want to roll my T's with this as much as I can. And when they finally manage to find a passing route to Nita, it's already time up, and the shot from Nita goes straight in. As he just goes, like, absolutely livid that it didn't work out for him. And Tsubasa and company end up winning. And it is such an earned mutual respect between the teams. Urabe is obviously livid that all of that preparation and all that shit talk came to nothing. But he goes to Ishizaki like, alright, what do you want? He expected Ishizaki to do something humiliating. But Ishizaki, being the gentleman that he is, just tells him, just come cheer for us at the Nationals. That's all we want you to do. And it's a touching moment between these guys who will end up being connected in many ways as the series goes on. That ends Nankatsu's road to the Nationals, but in arguably Takahashi's best run at doing parallel stories, we go over to the Tokyo finals where Hyuga with Toho is taking on Musashi and Misugi. Now, we get here the plot point that Misugi is essentially basically healed and ready to play for longer than before. He's able to play a full 30 minutes. The thing is, as soon as the... Oh, right, we get a cute moment between him and Yayoi where they hold hands, establishing that they're together now. The first fully acknowledged couple in the series. Yeah, with this this arc is probably the one that goes into romance the most, and it's very rudimentary the way Takahashi handles it. Very cute though, very adorable. Especially since Yayoi starts calling him Chun, which Sanae notes when they end up meeting in the later on in the Nationals. But anyway, Toho raced to a 3-goal lead, and we have Kira in the audience watching, and he has a key role to play in just a bit. But, you know, at this point, it's not been the full first half, so Misugi's, you know, he's supposed to play the whole second half, because that's 30 minutes, but, you know, he just goes up and says, "Coach, this is not going to work. You need me right now." And since Misugi's really, you know, really good at analyzing matches and is very trusted, his coach says, "All right, but you'll be off once the 30 minutes are done." Misugi comes in, and he just puts on a clinic. Like, the way he just takes on the Toho defense, and the way he manages to scores the first goal, and then Hyuga is all angry, like, "All right, I'll show you." And then, as he's approaching, Misugi makes 2 of his teammates sandwich Hyuga in the middle to cut off any lanes that he could have to feint left or right, and slide tackles him. So he just completely wins that exchange against Hyuga and ends up scoring the second goal with an acrobatic overhead follow-up, I believe. And at this point, it is looking dire for Toho because, you know, Misugi's getting this comeback going. It's looking... Oh yeah, pardon me. The only characters we've ranked so far are Coach Shiroyama and Nakanishi. At the end of middle school, we'll probably have a few more placed up here, but we're still very early on. And to confirm what I was saying at the beginning of the stream is that any character that gets tiered will be a character whose main role in the story has ended, or ones that I think don't have anything more to add even when they do reappear. So, carrying on from that, now we're at 3-2 Toho, and an exchange happens between Toho, between Hyuga and Misugi in the middle of the field, where Hyuga shoulder barges Misugi's heart. I told you that's going to happen again. And he sees him start to fall over as Misugi's clearly way past his limits and he's already gone against his coach and staying on the field. And Hyuga shows concern. And as Misugi's falling while Hyuga's taken aback, he ends up heading the ball towards his teammates who set up one big attack, the Musashi trio, Ichinose, Honma, and Sanada. And they nearly manage to score, but Ken is too good. And that ends up being Misugi's last action. Toho end up winning 3-2. And by this point, Hyuga's just in a bit of shock because if he's being honest, while he did pick up the pennant for beating Misugi and winning the Tokyo competition, he understands that he was in trouble. But the full extent of it happens when Kira shows up. And Kira tells him, you know, you've gone soft. You've gone soft, and this is not what I taught you. This kind of, like, I can't find a different way to call it, since kind of pussy-ass football is not what I taught you. You are way stronger than this. Right now, you're just a defanged tiger. You're just a tiger who's lost its fangs, is the translation of what he says. And Hyuga, in shock, is like, realizing that, you know, I think he's right. And he tells him, if you're going to get serious about this, I'll be waiting for you in Okinawa. And at this point, we have also been introduced to Toho's coach, where is he? Kitazume, who is going to be playing a key role throughout the rest of this story as well, at least this middle school arc. So Hyuga basically takes it upon himself that he has to go to Okinawa and sort himself out because basically, as Kira told him, you are not going to beat Tsubasa like this. So now we have the progress arc for Hyuga established. For Tsubasa, we have the arc that has been established for his teammates, but also his arc of mastering his special shot, the drive shot, which is going to be his signature technique throughout the series. And where we start to get the first inklings of this is when we introduce the first rival he has to face, which is Azuma Ichi and Soda Makoto. So Soda may seem like he's, just this new character getting introduced out of the Kansai region out of nowhere, but let's remember who was also from Kansai, none other than Nakanishi, who Soda had to defeat to get here. And it turns out that Azuma Ichi are a fast counterattacking team, centered around Soda as their main point of attack, despite being one of their defenders. He basically has two key characteristics. One is that he's a very rough defender who's going to slide tackle through your ankles if he has to. That's allowed in the Tsubasa canon. Don't worry about it. And he also has the curving shot, the Kamisori shot, that fooled Nakanishi completely. Now, when they face each other, it ends up being, of course, that since Tsubasa is the ace and Soda is the ace killer, he is there to mark him. And early on, Tsubasa cannot shake this guy. He's very quick. His Kamisori tackle surprises Tsubasa by going from the other side and nicking the ball off of him in a tackle that looks like it's almost a foul. But yeah, it is. It's looking pretty tough for Tsubasa, and a counterattack happens, and the Nankatsu end up conceding to a Kamisori shot. And it's already looking rough with this new level of challengers that are coming up. But also, we have to introduce another character who's observing all of this, none other than Katagiri, who is from the Japanese Football Association, and alongside Mikami, is observing everything in order to start determining the team that's going to become the Japanese junior youth team, under 15s team that's going to, under 16s I should say, that's going to take on the junior youth championship when the middle school arc is done. And they start observing Soda, because Mikami is going to be the coach of the team, and Katagiri is basically the behind-the-scenes guy, right? And as this match keeps going on, Nankatsu are struggling, and while they do manage to equalize, Soda realizes that Tsubasa is injured. And he realizes that that's going to slow him down in the second half. Now, I believe it was Tsubasa who nets the equalizer. Actually, no. My bad. This is a cool moment that I should have noted. The equalizer is actually, because Nankatsu are struggling to find room to attack, but a surprise player comes up and joins the attack and ends up scoring the equalizer, and it's Takasugi. Takasugi just comes up, and a cross comes in from Tsubasa because he sees him coming, and Takasugi scores, but he also knows to Tsubasa that, I've been watching you, I know you're injured, buddy, but it's okay, we don't need to tell anybody. I don't know why they don't tell their teammates, but it is what it is. Second half starts, and, it's the struggle going back and forth, and Tsubasa realizes that, trying to break through or build up attacks slowly is not going to work out as nicely as he would have liked. So he starts to think about the drive shot that Roberto taught him to work on. And he takes his first crack at it. And it looks, the technique, since it's, to allow a shot to go up, then down. And yeah, believe it or not, Takasugi, huh? Abdullah? These are the details that Takahashi was putting into this arc. Now, the shot unfortunately ends up not dropping quickly enough in time. I just gotta do a little something real quick. Alright guys, I'm back. Just had to handle a little something real quick. Okay, so, with the score tied 1-1, Tsubasa tries the drive shot, and it doesn't drop quickly enough. It ends up dropping on the roof of the net, so that ends up going. Tsubasa, I believe, ends up scoring the winning goal in this, but I don't remember exactly. But Nankatsu do end up winning, and Soda essentially... Oh, wait. Oh, wow, I am... It might be that I'm a bit exhausted from lack of sleep, but there is a really cool moment. And I told you guys, I am going to be fighting the anti-Morisaki propaganda, right? So here goes. Before the final counterattack that Nankatsu used to score, Soda gets the ball. And he notes, like, mentally, my Kamisori shot has another blade, since Kamisori is, you know, razor, blade, right? And as he's starting to shoot, his pivot leg is a little offset from where it was before, and Tsubasa instantly yells to Morisaki, go the opposite way. Now, this might be a thing that should be counted for Tsubasa, since he's the one who had to shout out the instruction, but if Morisaki was a bum keeper, he would not have been able to make that save. He saves a special shot. Let's keep that in mind. So, off that counterattack, Nankatsu end up proceeding to score the winner, and I believe, now that I'm remembering, that it was a chance that Tsubasa sets up for Kisugi, the amazing goal scorer, who ends up not scoring, and Taki ends up following it up. Kisugi's amazing. Notice how I haven't mentioned him throughout the Yomiuri Land arc, because the amazing goal getter gets no goals. What an amazing player. Nankatsu then have their next match against their next team. I think it's Nishigaoka, which was the team Orabe was with before. But actually, that would make sense. They're from Shizuoka, so they would have to be represented from a different reason. Whatever the team's name is, it's just a filler match. Nankatsu went 3-0 with, you know, the players, after finding out Tsubasa was injured, putting in an effort not to allow him to strain himself too much. And they end up winning 3-0. Oh, Kisugi scores here. Good job, Kisugi. You scored in the filler match. Good job. Good job, fella. You're amazing. Now, so this sets up where Nankatsu are going to face their next opponent being Hanawa, the Tachibana twins. And so we'll stop moving with Tsubasa here for a second, and we'll go to the other side of the story with Hyuga, since, you know, our forward movement point for all of this is them meeting in the final, right? Hyuga goes to Okinawa, like he said, and it turns out that his coach doesn't take too kindly to that. Kitazume, that is. And what we end up seeing here is that, you know, he gets really mad while Hyuga is training over there on the Okinawan beaches, and he ends up doing his iconic training against the water waves with the heavy black ball. Actually, no, the black ball was later. Got my lines crossed there. But shooting through the waves until he can pierce one, which ends up finally giving birth to the tiger shot, his iconic technique throughout the rest of the series. And that is... It's a really iconic scene, and I wish I remembered how to say the line in Japanese, but essentially he says, I've had enough of losing to Tsubasa. Then this is, you know, the beginning of his arc to come back. But he goes back, he's met by Kitazume near the bus before the Nationals, and Kitazume basically tells him, I don't know what you're doing here, you are not going to play. And he had already told the players this, and he had appointed Ken as the new captain. And they're all obviously distraught, because it's like, how are we going to do this without Hyuga? They're managing for now. They do manage to reach the quarterfinals up to this point, winning their matches, with another character coming in, putting in a lot of work, namely Sorimachi, who is the striker in place of Hyuga, and Takeshi putting in a lot of work as the main playmaker. Pardon me. But, you know, still not the same as having Hyuga. And during one of their earlier matches, a really cool scene happens where Hyuga is tailing an attack from the bench, and he takes a shot right around the time where Sorimachi does, and one reporter catches that shot drilling into the wall because of how powerful it is. So this myth starts circulating of a new shot, and this reporter actually names it the Tiger Shot. But we still keep seeing this and Hyuga not being allowed. And obviously as kids you're seeing this like, oh, why won't you let Hyuga play, this asshole coach? But honestly, Kitazumi's kind of right. Hyuga kind of just left the camp of his own accord. Like, if Hyuga had just asked Kitazumi, like, okay, I know that we have to do a training, but there's something I need to add, and if you could give me permission to go to Okinawa to get ready and come back before the Nationals. But he just goes off on his own, typical Hyuga style. And this is important for his character, honestly, all of this. But him having to deal with all this and kind of quietly accept from the bench that there's nothing he can do is really important. So that establishes where Tsubasa and Hyuga are. And the thing with this is that throughout the story, the other characters run into Hyuga. Matsuyama sees him. Oh, I completely forgot that there's this incident. Okay, so during elementary, before their match, Matsuyama and Hyuga meet up at the player canteen, and Hyuga just kind of, when they bump into each other, Hyuga just kind of slaps him. And Matsuyama kind of holds a grudge for that and tells him, you know, I gotta have revenge against you for that, but just remember, we're going to beat Tsubasa in the semifinals, and I'll face you in the finals and beat you too. And we'll get to Furano in a minute here. But, you know, Hyuga starts seeing that, you know, everybody's concerned about facing him. And Matsuyama's telling him, so you're not injured, so why are you not playing? Misugi also shows up at his house at the point where Hyuga has found out that he's going to lose his Toho scholarship because of what he did. And he's probably going to have to start working odd jobs back in Saitama. And Misugi basically tells him, I see that you're not injured, but bottom line, I'm not going to accept losing to you and then having your team go without you and end up losing in the Nationals. I'm not going to accept that as... I'm not going to accept losing the Tokyo representative spot for that. So you better shape up and get to playing in that final. And it's strange because despite being so antagonistic, the mutual respect Hyuga's built with everyone through being a player is really showing here. And he actually gets a little choked up at this. All right, so we also mentioned Furano. Now that we're getting to the quarterfinals, it's a good time to talk about them because they have a match against a team called Minami Uwa, led by a guy called Ishida. And Matsuyama, up until this point, he and Furano have been blowing teams away using their teamwork, which is, you know, what Matsuyama treasures the most. And Ishida kind of goes at him saying, yeah, that's not how it works, buddy. You gotta have to be an individual sometimes. And while he is, you know, a bit of a filler type character who's a bit of an asshole, kind of typical type of opponent character, but yeah, Stormy Resurrection, all the nightmares I'm dealing with that shot. But yeah. So Minami will actually end up scoring first, and Matsuyama has to show his own individual technique to get the tying goal. But he also shows his belief in his striker, Oda, who has been missing chances. He missed 2 key chances up to that point, which Matsuyama finally sets up another one for him and tells him, Oda, you're a striker. You're going to make this happen, and I believe in you. And Oda ends up scoring on that chance and basically says, I'm not a man if I don't get this. And this is a bit of an offshoot, but in Captain Tsubasa Rise of New Champions, the most recent Tsubasa game, at least until the next one comes out pretty soon, Oda has a skill called Third Time's the Charm, where if you don't score with your first 2 shots, your third shot gets powered up. So I really like that from the game. It's a really cool bit of integration with Oda's story. Now, so Furano win, they make it to the semifinals. And then we have Nankatsu versus Hirado. Hirado, which is led by, we've established these 2 characters, Big Boy Jito, as well as his little partner Sano. With Sano being second year. Now, up until this point, Hirado had been winning by... Oh my god. I almost skipped the whole match. Oh, man. I completely forgot about the match with the twins. So, let's step back. Nankatsu face Hanawa next with the Tachibana twins in order to make it to the quarterfinals. And the Tachibanas have been hiding a new technique that they said they're going to show to Nankatsu. And The match starts, and Nankatsu actually get the quick initiative with Tsubasa scoring. So Hanawa immediately realized that they have to do something. And actually, I believe Nankatsu take a 2-goal lead. And Hanawa end up looking at it and thinking, all right, we have to do something and fast. And the Tachibanas look at their teammates and say, all right, it's time. So they get a high cross. Wait, I want to mention a moment before that because it's important as to why they use this technique. Now, Zeke, right, so I want to answer this question first. And yeah, Hyuga says the line during the training at the beach at the moment where he perfects the shot. So that's where that happened. The Tachibana twins attempt their triangle shot again. Ishizaki looks at them and like, ha, good one. He kicks the post, knocking them down. So it shows Ishizaki's adaptation, but he's just a bum, right? Eventually, the Tachibanas end up going for their new technique. A high cross comes in as Nankatsu are leading, and the Tachibanas for the first time show the signature technique that they're going to be known for better or worse, the Skylab Hurricane. And the first time you see this, it blows your mind. Because one of the Tachibanas lays on the ground, and the other one jumps up, using the other twin's feet as a springboard to launch up to the ball at an extraordinary height and end up scoring. And initially it looks like, what are we going to do about this? Tsubasa even attempts to jump up off the post at one point to handle it, but it turns out that even he can't jump up that high. But there's a caveat. This technique puts a lot of strain on the Tachibana's legs, so they can't use it that many times per match. They end up tying the score later on, even though Nankatsu had the situation set up to stop it. And the thing is, Tsubasa wasn't on the field because on the Tachibana's second attempt at a Skylab, Tsubasa manages to jump up high enough, but as the head clash between him and I think it was Masao, doesn't matter, it's one of the twins, ends up happening. Tsubasa's falling with him, and he grabs him to prevent him from falling headfirst to the ground, and the shoulder impact ends up causing Tsubasa an injury that takes him off the field. In that time, the Tachibanas go for what is a low-flying Skylab, which launches the other brother forward instead of upwards, so the Nankatsu defenders that are literally sitting up on the crossbar can't stop it. So that's how Hanawa end up tying the score. Tsubasa eventually ends up coming back to the field, and with the score tied at 2-2, the doctor tells him, if you fall over again, I'm not going to let you back on the field. And as they go forward, Tsubasa notices that the defense is tightening up a bit because they're giving the Tachibanas time to recover because they attempt another Skylab and their legs can't take it. So they need some time to get ready to try again. So Tsubasa looks at all that defense and goes, all right, I have to do this. And he utters the iconic line, "Kono drive shoot shikanai," which means basically this is going to be the, sort of like this is the only way this has to happen. This drive shoot is my only option. And he goes for it, and it hits the post. So he hasn't perfected the shot yet. And we start to also see the inklings that it puts a lot of strain on his shoulder and ankle, which are both injured. But unfortunately, he doesn't score. As the Tachibanas attempt their last attempt at a Skylab, at a low-flying one, Tsubasa flies off the post and ends up stopping it, and they go through with... actually, no. This next thing happens. The Morisaki propaganda gets its next entry. Let's go. The twins go, all right, we are going to use something else. The Skylab isn't working, but we have one more thing we kept hidden. And they do the twin shot that Tsubasa and Misaki did in Yomiuri Land. And the ball is shaking all over the place. And Morisaki also gives his iconic line. I can't remember the full line. I don't want to mess it up. But basically, he begs the ball to hit any part of his body. He just leaps out, arms stretched, and the shot manages to graze his shoulder. And that gives Ishizaki enough time to clear it off the line. So, the Bum Brigade are proving that they are real ballers. Again. Now, with that cleared, the counterattack happens, and Tsubasa looks at the defense, and with his body a little too banged up to attempt a drive shot, and he's not sure if it can go in anyway, He ends up slipping through the defense and with a sliding shot scoring the final goal. The Tachibanas attempt one more Skylab to defend that shot. It doesn't reach far enough. 3-2, Nankatsu win. Now, during Tsubasa's recovery, he, I think it was, might have been before or after this match, he also ends up walking around with, right, because he watches the Furano match with Minamiuwa, I believe. And the point is that he had Sanae walk around a park, and she's seeing all these couples. And instead of even giving her a chance for any kind of progress, he just goes, oh, there's a football match, let's go. Sanae is such a trooper. Now, alright, we've established Furano reaching the semifinals. So now we have Nankatsu in the quarterfinals against Hirado with Jito and Sano. We're finally back here. This match is one of the toughest that Tsubasa has to face. Hirado had kind of been sandbagging their previous matches, not playing to full strength. So they end up coming into this because, again, everybody's eyes are on Tsubasa. Everybody wants to beat him, right? So Jito comes in and he is ready with full seriousness. And he is just power barging everyone off the ball, not allowing anyone a chance. And the first goal that gets scored is with one of the funniest shots in the series. Jito takes a long shot, and as it's going towards goal, Sano hops in like, hey, just with a header to divert it into goal. And it is so stupid, but God, is it funny. And Jito is all like, oh, washi no Sano to kombi play tai. And oh, right. Jito has a thing where he says tai at the end of every sentence. And the way Shinji, the main translator of the manga, represents this is by putting okay at the end of his sentences. So it's just really funny to read. And Hirado are just bodying Nankatsu left and right. Jito is just being a big wall. Sano is dribbling past their defenders easily. Jito scores by giving a powerful shot that drags Morisaki into the net. And Sano scores, I believe, a third with an overhead. Or Jito scores. One of them does that. And it looks really rough for Nankatsu. And on top of all that, Tsubasa's gravely injured at this point, and Takasugi, Kisugi, and Taki are also badly injured by Jito's tackles. And he just looks at the situation and with the injuries that he sustained. After he gets back on the field, he goes, "Nothing for it. Pass me the ball right now. It's happening now." And he takes this first successful drive shot. And what makes this work so well is that Jito's standing at the goalpost like, this is boring. I thought I would finally get a real fight. I beat up high schoolers. Nobody's able to deal with me. But when that shot goes in, the shock on Jito's face tells him that shit just got real. And Tsubasa ends up trying another one immediately. Jito attempts to block it, and it just drags him into the net. And this keeps going with Tsubasa going drive shot after drive shot after drive shot. And Jito just not being able to do much about it until the Nankatsu finally equalized. But at that point, Tsubasa is completely spent with the score at 3-3. As he attempts his next drive shot, he realizes he's not going to be able to do it and just passes it to Taki. And I love this moment for what it means for the team because, again, before this tournament, Tsubasa had just kind of kicked everyone's butts into gear like, this is not how we're going to win. You all need to do better. And Taki starts going at Jito, and, you know, the others are calling for a pass, and Taki goes, no, I got this. I know what to do. And he nutmegs Jito, actually, sends the ball between his legs, slides underneath Jito himself, and then sets up Kisugi for the winning goal. As Kisugi basically echoes Oda and saying that he's not a real goal scorer if he doesn't do this. 2 goals for Kisugi, guys. He's getting there. 2 whole goals for Kisugi in these nationals. After Taki had already scored twice in this tournament. I believe Taki actually ends up with 3 total, but I haven't been keeping a good track of the goals mentally because I don't have the manga in front of me. But I'll try to keep the details. Whatever. Yeah, I'll take that being better than whatever. So Nankatsu win against Hirado, and Tsubasa obviously earns Jito's respect as a true fighter. Now, we reach the semifinals, Nankatsu versus Furano, and on the other side, it's Toho versus Meiwa. And up until this point, Kitazume has been very steadfast in saying that he's not going to let Hyuga play. So we'll look at that match first, actually. And Meiwa is obviously the team that Hyuga, Takashi, and Ken grew up with. So they know them very well. And Meiwa actually end up scoring using the old sliding storm, sliding butai, which Meiwa had used in the finals before and had injured Misaki with it, which is basically everybody just slide tackling one way and then handspringing and slide tackling the other way, and it's delightfully dumb. It is absolutely dumb, but it's very delightful. Apart from the injuries. But the fact that they score with that ends up being a big problem for Toho, but they have to deal with it, right? Hyuga takes his jacket off and he's trying to get on the field, but I think this is the first moment of doubt that Kitazume has, because he looks at him and says, "What are you doing? You are not playing in this match." And Hyuga essentially is just, after exploiting Kitazume and being like, "What do you know? What makes you think that you're so good?" But he still holds his ground and says to the team, "You can do this, and I'll be with you in the final. Just get through this." Eventually, Sorimachi scores the equalizer, and finally, at the very end, Ken, of all players, echoing Genzo's run from the final of Yomiuri, comes up and scores the winning goal with a shot from distance. Toho's in the final, 2-1. Then we get the other side of it with Nankatsu against Furano. And with this match, we end up with one of the most fascinating matchups, bookended by what I think was a bit of a cheap finish. But the main story of this match is Tsubasa against Matsuyama, right? And Matsuyama is basically exceptionally tenacious, and his whole goal in the match is to mark Tsubasa all the way through. And it is a fascinating contest between these players. As the match keeps going and they keep finding chances, Nankatsu take a lead. Then Furano end up with a very... now, I don't remember which goal is scored first, but Furano's goals essentially get scored these two ways, both by Matsuyama. One of them being a counterattack using their avalanche attack, where all the players move up together in a big combination play, and the other one being Matsuyama's long shot, which eventually becomes the eagle shot. And that way, but that ends up coming later on to equalize. Nankatsu had actually taken the lead 2-1, because a key point of this match, and one that I think was really cool, is that with Tsubasa and Matsuyama locked in their midfield battle, Izawa's role becomes a lot more important, because he's now the main playmaker. He's the guy who has to create the spaces. And eventually, on a follow-up from a shot, Izawa does probably his most famous technique, the 5-meter diving header, and ends up getting the lead for Nankatsu before Matsuyama equalizes. And in my opinion, I felt that Izawa's goal should have been the winning goal. But Matsuyama scores at the very last minute and ends up potentially forcing extra time. What ends up happening is that Tsubasa basically looks to, I think it was Izawa on the kickoff, and just says, "Give me the ball right now." And he does a big drive shot that completely bamboozles Matsuyama and hits the post and spins its way into the goal. And I felt that was, as cool as it looked, I felt that was kind of a cheap finish to the match, honestly. And kind of the first time that Tsubasa kind of forces himself, kind of is forced into a moment that I feel should have belonged to another player. After we'd seen the moment with Taki and Kisugi, we've seen the moment with Takasugi, we've seen moments for Morisaki and Ishizaki. So it would have been nice for Izawa to bookend his importance in this match with a goal, but it is what it is. A side plot point for Matsuyama in here is that he and his team were all wearing headbands made by his love interest, Yoshiko. And after this match, he has to go catch her at the airport, because he realizes that she wrote her confession for him on the headband that she made for him. It's an adorable moment, and they end up basically staying together till now in the series, literally. So that's the end of Nankatsu versus Furano. And after that, we get arguably the strongest story moment in middle school, other than Tsubasa's tirade at his teammates, which is Toho's prep for the final. Now, what happens here is that Hyuga is essentially dead set on playing the match, and his teammates had actually decided that if Kitazume is not going to play Hyuga, they're going to boycott the final. So the tension's really high. Now, as the players were going to Kitazume to tell him this, he finds what's essentially a letter of challenge, I believe, on his desk, asking him to come to the training field. He goes there and finds Hyuga. And where it looks like Hyuga is going to do something crazy, he gets down on all fours, a dogeza, I believe it's called, and basically is begging him and saying, I understand what I did was wrong, but this is what I prepared all of this for. This is it for me in middle school football. Please let me play this match. And Kitazume basically goes, while I respect that you did this, my principles are my principles, you're not playing. And Hyuga, in kind of this, in a moment that I think he's exceptionally lucky and showed a very weak side of himself that his teammates rescued, he gets up and essentially says, if you don't play me, I am just gonna beat the shit out of you till you get me into the field. And his teammates all immediately dash into the field and all immediately take the same pose to beg the coach to let them play. And they're all in tears. And it's such a powerful moment from all of them, with Hyuga realizing that he was potentially about to mess everything up. So Kitazume, looking at all of this, realizes that he can't risk destroying the harmony of his whole team for this. So he sets up one thing, and he calls on Sorimachi, Sawada, and Wakashimazu, and tells Hyuga, these are the players who have allowed us to get here this far. If you can beat all three of them and score, I'll let you in. But if I see any of you sandbagging, I will not accept that result. So that's how it goes. This is your ultimatum. And Hyuga accepts the challenge, and right off the kickoff, before he even moves from the center circle, he takes the first Tiger Shot against a live opponent. Sorimachi and Takeshi are blown away by it. Wakashimazu can't move. And he's screaming to the coach, begging to him, I promise you I couldn't react to it. I tried to see it, but I couldn't. And Kitazume doesn't even immediately acknowledge the situation. All he immediately says is, members for tomorrow. There were lineup for tomorrow. And the Toho players just immediately snap into attention. And he goes through the lineup, calls on Ken. Ken is immediately dumbfounded, and he just asks him, your answer. And Ken, because, every time your name is called in this, you're supposed to answer, hi, to confirm that you've acknowledged your assignment to be a player. Ken answers, and he starts going through the lineup, and puts Sorimachi as one side of the two forward line, and he finally adds Hyuga to the lineup. So now, we have the final setup with Tsubasa versus Hyuga, Toho versus Nankatsu, the V3 on the line for Nankatsu, third victory, V1 for Toho. And what follows is one of the most iconic yet problematic matches in the series. Because it's a match between two players who have special shots, and not in the way that it was between, say, Tsubasa and Matsuyama, where Tsubasa's injured, so he's kind of saving the drive shot a bit. This is where things really start to get out of hand. And, I think I actually want to try to make sure that I have a better summary of this match, because the details, again, I guess it's with all the yapping, the details are escaping me. just pulling this up over here. Yeah, there we go. That was it. That was the order. That's why it was important for me to make sure that I have this. Now, the match opens with Hyuga immediately firing off a Tiger Shot, and it hits the post, and the ball explodes. So it's kind of like the first warning shot. Tsubasa's first drive shot also does this. So now we have this contest of these two shots between the two players. But to also be fair, Takeshi does his role as a playmaker. The Nankatsu defense do pull up, and it starts being in that going back and forth this way, but with Tsubasa not being at 100%, Hyuga eventually gets the first goal with a Tiger Shot that just knocks away the Nankatsu defense. And he follows it up with a second and a third. And this is where things are looking really dire for Nankatsu. Again, facing a 3-0 deficit. And Hyuga gives another iconic speech where he lifts up his hands and goes, because he sees that Tsubasa's injured and he's not fully capable potentially mounting a comeback. But he puts up 3 fingers and it's like, wait, is he saying that he's going to cancel the V3? And he goes, that's 3 goals. And I'm going to score 4, 5, and more until nobody can doubt that I would have won today regardless of your physical condition. So you're seeing his determination. He didn't bank on what was going to happen there. With Tsubasa coming in and his drive shot finally going to work, with one of them actually dragging Ken all the way into the goal, even though he had correctly predicted the path, but because he didn't have enough power behind his save. And eventually Tsubasa ends up finding the comeback fully. And I believe what happens from there is that while Nankatsu end up bringing the score to a tie, Toho end up taking the lead, but Tsubasa is taken off injured. And this is where it's fair to say that Hyuga's selfishness kind of comes to the fore and his childishness comes to the fore. The ball comes to him, but he says, Tsubasa's not here. And it's a bit of immaturity, but it's also a high sense of honor. Those two things can also coexist. And he goes, I'm not going to win with Tsubasa not on the field. And he just lets it go, and he just doesn't do anything. When Tsubasa comes on, when it seems like he's completely stunned, as the match has already reached extra time after all of this. Yeah, part of me felt kind of going back and forth on the plot, but the plot summary isn't the point. Is more about what the characters are bringing to the story, right? The part of why I'm doing this. Hyuga actually fires a shot straight at Tsubasa, and just to wake him up, and that ends up continuing the clashes between them until Tsubasa finally scores the equalizer, and the clashes keep going until they have the iconic double shot attempt that goes into the sky, which after extra time essentially means another draw, and in a bit of a cop-out, in my opinion, Nankatsu and Toho are crowned as co-champions. There's also another thing that happens in this match that I want to keep in mind for later on, that Tsubasa and Hyuga do this thing where Hyuga fires a Tiger Shot, and Tsubasa deflects it with a drive shot that ends up going, yeah, that was one of the goals scored. And it basically goes back at like twice the power. And that technique, that incident becomes the core of an important technique later on in the series. And its usage becomes both one of the most action-packed yet one of the most problematic things in the series. But that's the end of middle school, with Nankatsu and Toho being crowned as co-champions, as well as the confirmation that now we're starting to enter the junior youth arc. In the aftermath, we also get a few things happening before we go to junior youth proper. The team is selected, and it's basically a collection of all the key players that we've seen up to this point. So, Hyuga, Tsubasa, Ishizaki, Sorimachi, Sawada, Ken, Soda, Jito, Sano, Matsuyama. Misugi's taken on as a coach since his health doesn't allow him to play. But basically you get all the key players of the middle school arc joining the team. Of course, the Shutetsu guys, but as I'll show in a minute, most of them aren't really going to matter from now on. First part of the aftermath is that Kitazume. Oh, right, there was an incident right before the match where Kira had gone to Kitazume and also begged him to play the match. But the thing is, here's something that happened. Hyuga, with everything that happened, he had prepared his letter to leave the Toho team. And, pardon me, accidentally closed chat. But yeah, Hyuga had prepared his letter to leave the Toho team. And Kitazume actually surprises him later on. So Hyuga was going to kind of own up to his mistake, but Kitazume felt that with him betraying his own principles, that he shouldn't be the coach of the team anymore. So when he is given Hyuga's letter, he actually surprised him by saying, "I've already left my post as the coach, Hyuga." So it's kind of this conflict which comes now with trying to place where Kitazume should be, because initially I was going to place him in C, but I feel like he gives the story more than Shiroyama does, because he adds a lot of tension with his rivalry with Hyuga. And actually, I think dropping Shiroyama to D is actually fine. He has the one big moment and nothing else, and Kitazume can still be in C because his impact overall is felt, but not as high as it should be, because he does kind of give up in the end. And also he's kind of really annoying. Where he's just saying, "Oh, watashi no meire da," like, these are my orders, you don't get to talk. He kind of, in this kind of story, this character is meant to annoy you, I get it, but he is annoying. So this is where Kitazume gets. He has a surprisingly high impact on the story, but that is going to be it for him. Other characters that are factoring in now are the things that happen. The junior youth team starts being put together, but before that, Tsubasa is kind of seeing out his days, getting ready to go to Brazil since he's achieved the promise. He's perfected the drive shot. He's ready to go. So he's not preparing for high school exams like everyone else is. But there's the minor thing of his love triangle to sort out. So Kumi comes to Tsubasa and basically confesses to him, but she immediately tells him, "You like someone else, don't you?" And he basically confesses to her that he likes Sanae. And she makes him promise to do something about it before the end of the school year. This is where a character who's been kind of floating around the background kind of comes to the fore in the middle school boxing champion Kanda, at least the Nankatsu's boxer, who develops a crush on Sanae and basically kind of tells her that guy isn't worth your while because he's never going to confess to you. And he ends up setting up a thing where he issues a challenge to Tsubasa, where he says, "Meet me at this place if you want if you care about Sanae Nakazawa." And you know what? That's a good point about Kitazume. I'll keep it in mind when I get to 2002. But this is still fluid enough that things could change, as we just did with Shiroyama. But back to resolving the love story. Now, Tsubasa as the captain, if he gets into a fight or something, is going to cause a lot of trouble. It's why they stopped. The team stopped Ishizaki from getting into a fight when he protected Sanae from Kanda, Chad Ishizaki being a Chad again. So, what Tsubasa does on this challenge that Kanda issued is that he goes to meet him at the appointed place and finds him with Sanae there. And it turns out that he's delivered his resignation from the football club so that nothing affects them after he leaves, which deserves a lot of respect from him. And they get into a literal fist fight. And it is surreal because I think this is Takahashi's first time really trying to do an actual fight. But, Tsubasa's kind of taking a lot of hits and he's already injured, so Sanae is just crying and screaming, "Stop it, why are you doing this? Why are you taking all of this?" And eventually, Tsubasa just does the one thing he knows how to do for something like this when he's cornered. He literally kicks a boxer in the head by jumping into him with an overhead kick, with a bicycle kick, knocking him the fuck out. And it is both one of the most impressive yet funniest things to happen in the entire series. It is exceptionally hilarious because Kanda's like, oh, these are the legs that won the nationals. But that is the point where Tsubasa and Sane basically just... Tsubasa finally just flat out says it to her just to finally ease the tension for her and not let her keep feeling that she's going to be a burden on him, which is it's a really sweet moment. It's a really sweet moment between the two that they've finally just broken that barrier between them. Now, with all of this happening, we start to see the prep of the Japanese team. Tsubasa's there kind of observing, but he's too injured to play for the time being, and Misugi obviously. And we see the team struggling in the midfield, which is causing a lot of problems for them. But eventually, you know, they start to come to the idea that there is a way that they could make use of all the players they have, especially since they have Matsuyama, who is also a midfielder. And the thing is, they already have Tsubasa as a playmaker, right? So Misugi is there to be Mikami's counselor on the team. And honestly, I don't know what Mikami does as a coach of this team because he basically just does whatever Misugi says. Misugi gives him the idea that the spine of the team, when formed completely, will be Ken in goal, Matsuyama in defense, Tsubasa in midfield, and Hyuga in attack. With some of the other players joining being, you know, the Tachibanas, Takasugi or Ishizaki, whatever. Jito, Soda. So this is basically the core of the Japanese team that'll form. But there are a couple of players that should be important to this that aren't present. And we've been getting little inklings of what's happening with them, namely Misaki and Genzo. Misaki's been going around France, and he and Genzo end up running into each other. I think when Genzo was taking a short break from his training. We also start to see some signs of Genzo's training in Hamburg, since that is where he's continued after Mikami finished. But I need to empty out this space a bit because there are some characters whose role in the story is over, and it's time to tier them. So, first up is Taki. I think Taki is a very serviceable C-tier character. He does his job, he's exciting when he dribbles on the wings, and he actually... His moment against Jito alone, I think, merits a lot for him, and the fact that he actually outscores Kisugi, I think, is worth a lot for him. But unfortunately, pretty much throughout the rest of the arcs, like, he appears in Road to 2002, but he doesn't really do anything there. He's always in the Japanese squads, but he never plays. So his role in the story is basically over, which is a shame because it looked like he was building up something pretty cool. Kisugi is also done. Actually, I'll go to him afterwards. Takasugi, he's like his long throws, and I think the goal against Azumaichi is worth something, and his whole, I'm a defender, I see the whole field, so Tsubasa, be careful, don't injure yourself. So he's a guy who's actually kind of doing his job, unlike the next player. Kisugi fucking sucks, man. Kisugi is so bad. Like, he does nothing in the Yomiuri land. I think he scores like 1 goal all the way through, if not 0. And he scores 2 in the middle school tournament, one of them against a filler team. And one of them after Taki had done all the hard work. He is, like, he's supposed to be a goal scorer, and he just doesn't score goals. He's just so bad, and he doesn't offer the team anything else. I give him the little bit of not putting him into F tier straight up. Maybe I'll reconsider that, actually. Should I? You know what? I think he offers so little vision, because even in terms of action and what he offers to the story, he is just a filler character. He doesn't really do anything. All the way through, he's so... right. Dragon's Roar is in the background, huh? But yeah, Kisugi's so bad. Kisugi's so useless. And I'm sorry, like, it's just, I can't see him being anywhere else. Alright, so that handles those guys whose story is done. Izawa is actually going to be relevant as we continue. But now we were mentioning Genzo showing his training in Hamburg, Misaki running into him, and the Japanese team kind of formulating. Now, we get a whole weird arc where Tsubasa challenges the Japanese national team and he gets to play in a match with them against the Brazilian team. And he shows that he's learned Portuguese because, he's getting ready to go to Brazil. But I honestly think all of that is just such big filler that it doesn't really do anything. Before we get to the junior youth arc, which is what we'll be getting into next. But, yeah. So, the main thing that happens is that Tsubasa gets ready to depart. He's left the middle school pretty much entirely, and he wants to do a very quiet goodbye. So as we prepare for that, we found out more about what's happening with... actually, no, that gets resolved in junior year, so I'll leave it for that. Tsubasa is... he wants to leave quietly, he doesn't want to make a big fuss. But, the one person that catches on, because he gives her a phone call, is Sanae. And she goes to meet him at the bus stop before he leaves. And it's a very touching moment. And despite it being very on the nose, Tsubasa's carrying his ball that he always does before he leaves. And he gives it to Sanae as a form of saying, here's the thing I value the most, but I want you to keep it. And it's his role from then on to go and be... Wait. Oh my god, I completely moved that way ahead of schedule. I moved that way ahead of schedule, didn't I? Because junior youth has to happen first. I don't know why the leaving middle school just kind of... I got my wires crossed there. Okay, so, I went ahead and talked about that scene, but then Tsubasa is getting ready for, he wants to join with the junior youth team, and he wants to be involved, but it's not really happening. So all the stuff I mentioned, him playing with the Japanese national team, happens a little later on. But now the junior youth team is getting prepped, and they're really struggling without him, right? But still, he's on the plane, he's definitely making it with them, and they travel to France because that's where the tournament is going to be. And we start getting inklings of some of the next characters we're going to see, namely Schneider and Kultz, Genzo's teammates in the German club Hamburg. We also see bits of Gino Hernandez, the Italian keeper, Juan Diaz, and Pascal. These are all characters that start getting set up for the junior youth arc, but as I get here, I am starting to feel like I might need a bit of a break. So I think it's about now is a decent time for me to do that. So I'm gonna go ahead and all right, let's stop the music. For now, we're going to put this on BRB status. I will continue within maybe... I'll just have lunch, maybe take care of some other things. So probably going to continue in about 20-30 minutes, give or take. So I'll bid you guys a temporary goodbye till we go back and continue. And I can, maybe with food in my system, I can be a bit more focused. So see you guys later. All right, we are back. So we left off by around we were getting into the junior youth arc. So at this point, the Japan team has traveled to France to get their action ready and to look at what's going on with them. And we start getting introduced to various players. Now with Tsubasa injured, the Japanese team start playing some warm-up matches, and we end up running into Genzo. Now, to mention an important story thing that happens with Genzo to show why he's become, you know, even more cracked than he was before. He'd gone to Bayern and had experienced some bullying at the hands of the German keeper that was there as first choice at the time. And they were even like attacking him off the field as much as possible just to kind of break his spirits. Genzo kind of slowly one day worked his way through them. Like he would keep ambushing each one of them and just beating them up, and eventually ended up finding the main keeper. I forgot what his name was even, it's kind of irrelevant, but kind of like beats him in a fight and he's like, I'll take you on anytime. But yeah, at this point he's become significantly stronger than he was before even, and his Hamburg team are about to face Japan, so that would include Schneider and Kultz. Now the thing with that is that it's Schneider's last match with Hamburg before leaving for Bayern Munich, who were a team trying to restore their former glories. We also get bits of the backstory of Schneider, being a character who struggles with family issues because his mother and father are separated. And he also has a little sister. So he's trying through his involvement with football to get the family back together as much as he can. Just gotta take this. All right, there we go. So continuing. So yeah, Schneider is having this struggle, and he asks his parents, both of them, to come to the match in order to, in the hopes that if they meet up again there together, that they might, fix what was going on between them. But Schneider's dad sees his mother kind of going out for a business lunch and assumes it's a date, and it gets all pretty messy. Schneider kind of Schneider kind of lets out all of that frustration on Japan because he just utterly bodies them, but that's not the first thing that happens in this match. It turns out early in the match that Hamburg are kind of playing a more static defense on Genzo's instructions because he basically tells the team to let the Japanese strikers and midfielders test their shooting against him just so they could see what was how good or not they were, and none of them are able to even come close to scoring. So, Nita, Matsuyama, Soda, everybody just tries their luck against Genzo, and it doesn't work. And after he saves all of those shots, he throws a counterattack and then exposes the plan to Japan, which obviously just angers Hyuga beyond belief, because it's like, what the hell do you mean you've been sandbagging us? And as soon as he goes in to go for his first attempt at a counterattack, Hyuga, he finds Schneider in his way, and we see something that we haven't seen up to this point. Hyuga gets destroyed on a physical level, with Schneider doing the Kaiser tackle that is seen in a lot of the games that he's in, where he kind of lets Hyuga's momentum carry him forward, then kicks the ball right up into his guts, sending him flying. And seeing Hyuga get knocked flying like this is what really establishes just how strong this German club is. And we have Kultz there, and he never really has to get out of second gear. Like, he's there directing the play, but he never really gets super involved. It's really mostly about Schneider just destroying Wakashimazu with his fire shot time and time again. And Schneider, like, the shot is so strong that Ken even has to acknowledge that it's even better than the Tiger shot. And it is such a rough spot for Japan to be in. They're just getting bombarded nonstop. They keep conceding. there's a point where you see Tsubasa's frustrations watching from the sidelines. He takes off his outfit getting ready to join, but in one of the strangest turns for Matsuyama and Hyuga, they go, oh, we all got selected and went through the training camp and did our part to be here. Tsubasa didn't, and it's like, he kicked all your asses in the national tournament. That was the actual criterion for getting selected for this team. Like, I don't know what the hell you guys are talking about, but Tsubasa basically accepts this and is forced to sit back down despite Ishizaki's protests and despite Genzo's protests and telling them that you guys are idiots, you're not letting the best player on the field. So they just amp up the score. By the time it reaches 5-0, it's pretty much over. Hyuga does one last bit where he wants to restore a bit of his pride, gets past 2 defenders, including jumping over one of them. And despite being off balance, he finally manages to score one from inside the penalty area. All the previous shots were from outside. And it goes by Genzo and he doesn't move. And instead of Genzo saying something like, good job, Hyuga, you really surprised me with how good your shooting's become, Genzo basically looks at him and turns his back to him and says, you ran away because you decided not to keep shooting from outside the penalty area. And Hyuga just fucking loses it. He goes after Genzo, and he attempts to attack him. And this is what I just find really funny. Genzo's so broken that he doesn't even get surprised by the ambush, and he actually nails Hyuga first. Hyuga gets him back. It goes into a big scuffle, and that's how the match ends. Hyuga ends up requesting to get subbed off and takes off the captain's armband because he feels he's let the team down. Gives it to Matsuyama, who is next in line as the captain, and basically just acknowledges deep inside that the worst thing about this is that they've just been utterly humiliated. Like, think about it. These are the guys we've had throughout the middle school arc who've been such tough opponents for Tsubasa. But we need to keep something in mind, right? Tsubasa, something about the power levels and whatnot. Tsubasa is supposed to be the ultimate prodigy of this team, right? And part of what happens with the power levels between him and the rest of the team is that they seem to be a little too far sometimes, but in the Nationals they looked really close, right? But that was an injured, fatigued Tsubasa. And I think that showing that gap isn't just Takahashi protecting his main character, but I think it's on purpose to, put him as the true prodigy of this team. And I think part of what's happening early on in junior youth is meant to showcase that, in the sense that, all these guys kept up with an injured Tsubasa, but against the players of his level and potentially higher around the world, they're in deep trouble. They don't know what to do. So even though, a lot of players get in, Izawa gets in into the midfield, allowing Matsuyama to really start cementing his role as a sweeper. But really, it's looking pretty bleak. Then there's a series of friendly matches scheduled later on with Japan playing against Werder Bremen, which is led by 2 more members of the German team, Schester and Margus. Schester is a playmaker. Margus is... he does headers. That's really his entire purpose in life. And these matches don't go well. Schester and Margus really show Japan the gap. And while it's a fairly it's a closer match, but Japan are still not good enough to win it, despite all these efforts that they're putting in. Hyuga is also fatigued because he's been sent a black ball, a heavier ball than a normal football, to practice getting a new shot, powering up his Tiger shot. So Japan lose again. And the next match is supposed to be against Italy, led by this guy over here, Gino Hernandez. And Italy decide that Japan aren't good enough. And Diaz was over there watching because he was hoping to see Gino in action. But, when Italy deliver that verdict to Japan, Tsubasa is pissed. Now, I mentioned that there are times where Takahashi does things to show that Tsubasa is his main prodigy and whatnot, but there's also an element of showing that the rest of the Japan team is kind of awful without him. Because Tsubasa gets in, goes past the entire Italian team, and hits a drive shot to beat Gino. after Japan had struggled for so long to do anything of note against Bremen and against Hamburg before that. And it's this is really one of those things that so it's just really rough for him, for Japan, and I guess also Hyuga, Matsuyama, everyone. But we start getting the news that things are going to change. Genzo is going to join the team, despite the big fight that he started. Also, Katagiri confirms to everyone that Misaki is going to be there with the rest of the team when they join up in France after they finish up here in Germany. Sorry, I mentioned earlier they went to France. They went to Germany first, finished after Germany, they go to France. So this is the point where the team starts to gather its confidence again. And with Tsubasa doing that, the team kind of comes to a collective agreement that, you know, it's dumb not to let Tsubasa back on the team. Matsuyama, being the current captain, takes everyone's vote on it, and Tsubasa's in. I don't know how that works. Tournaments are supposed to have you deliver lists of players to the organizing bodies, but, you know, it is what it is. So they have one more friendly against the Bayern Munich youth team that hasn't been joined by Schneider yet. This time Tsubasa joins, and between him, Hyuga, and with Matsuyama and everyone, they put in a good show and win 3-0. So now their preparations for the tournament proper are complete. They reach the tournament, they reach France, and before the tournament, there's also an, I won't call it an altercation, I'll call it a confrontation that happens between Misaki and Pierre, the captain of the French team, out in a park where they have a technical showdown that is somewhat even, and then another showdown in the training field where Napoleon, the eventual bad boy striker that joins the French team, helps Misaki get past all of the French defense together, and he ends up scoring a goal to kind of convince himself of his ability and worthiness to join the Japanese team. And that also convinces the French team to add Napoleon to their squad. That'll continue a bit later on, but later as Tsubasa's dribbling around Paris and he passes by the Eiffel Tower, he comes across someone else dribbling, and it's his reunion with Misaki. It's a scene that, you know, if it were done in today's mainstream, everybody would start, and people are probably already doing this somewhere, shipping these two together, but, you know, the concept of just a best friend relationship that matters to you more than anyone else is just sometimes lost on people. And that's very much what Tsubasa and Misaki are like. So, after their reunion's finally done, Misaki joins the team, and they do their training, and it shows that Misaki is still on a good wavelength with Tsubasa. They haven't lost a step. But for the first match, I believe Mikami decides to go with Sawada, and that is the match against Italy. By this point, you know, they're facing the super defensive Italian team with Gino in goal. And the first test is, I believe, Hyuga taking a tiger shot and Gino saving it. And also another thing that happens is how Gino ends up challenging Tsubasa, throws the ball out to him and tells him, you know, all right, bring it. I know you're not good enough to do this. And he does the drive shot. Gino goes for the same backpedaling save that Ken attempted in the middle school finale, but he adds his other hand behind the ball to stop the momentum and ends up saving the drive shot. So there's the ultimate weapon that we've had up until this point completely stopped. And it's kind of where this part of the story kind of enters a bit of a Dragon Ball Z territory where the thing you did to defeat the last enemy isn't good enough. You need to come up with something new. And Japan kind of are struggling to find opportunities to really push the envelope to score. But yeah, it's looking pretty rough. And Gino is just being such a big wall. Eventually, as the half ends and Japan aren't able to really find their opportunity, Mikami is advised by Misugi that it's probably time for Misaki to get in, so he gets in for Sawada. So the Golden Duo is reunited, and they start being able to do clearer attacks. Gino, sensing the danger, does something pretty smart. He makes the Italian defense kind of slack off or appear to slack off. And he catches a pass coming in high to his box right on the line, then releases it into a big counterattack that Italy just goes through the motions with. And Ken tries to come out to stop the attack, but gets completely passed over. And Italy take the lead. And it's looking really dire with them, being known as the best defensive team. But when Tsubasa and Misaki start working together, that is when they come up with the famous move from Captain Tsubasa Dream Team, the double diving header. They keep exchanging headers the same way they did against Genzo way back when. Although it's Tsubasa who gets the final header in, that move was known more from Misaki in Dream Team. And then finally towards the end of the match, as Japan start bombarding Gino's goal, and he's shown for doing a lot of one-handed saves, depending on what he calls his golden right hand. And Hyuga is like, I've had enough of your shit. The ball finally comes to him, and Gino makes a proclamation. What was it? Mada shindei nai. Something in the sense that my golden right hand is not dead yet. And Hyuga finally unleashes what he's been preparing all this time, the Neo Tiger shot. And it just obliterates Gino's hand. Not literally, but it just blasts it away. And it's a nice redemption arc for Hyuga upon getting that goal, and his realization telling Tsubasa that, my goal has always been to beat you, but now it's to become the world's best striker. So it's a really nice victory for Japan that kind of picks up their morale at a time where they really needed it. We also start to get a glimpse at what's happening with Germany, and they get their easy win with Schneider scoring a hat-trick. And I actually want to tier one of the German players right now, because what he does throughout the story is essentially irrelevant all the way till the end. He just shows up to hit headers, and that's all. And it's Margus. Margus, as much as I loved him in Dream Team, and he was fun there, he's just useless in the story. All he does is just hit headers here and there to score goals every once in a while. And in the big matches, he's essentially irrelevant. And yeah, so we don't need to really think about him. We can consider the next match, which is Japan versus Argentina. This is a match that I think Takahashi really lays on his theming pretty thick, but in a good way. So Argentina are obviously a team reliant on Juan Diaz. In case you couldn't tell who he's supposed to be a reference to, he's short, he has curly hair, he plays for Boca Juniors, and he's known for immense solo skills. And he's obviously the captain and number 10 of Argentina. So, yeah, if it wasn't obvious enough already, Diaz is a very, very direct reference to Diego Armando Maradona. And that is very much the main thing he's showing off. And with this match between Japan and Argentina, the theme is essentially individualism versus teamwork. And it shows in the sense that it's a goal fest on both sides, and Ken is kind of in a bit over his head because Diaz is just that good. He gets the lead for them with a drive shot, and as well as his other acrobatic shots, and Japan keep pegging Argentina back with goals from Hyuga, Misaki, and then the third... I know there was one by the Tachibana twins, but it's also going to be a basis on which I do something that might be a bit controversial in a minute here. But yeah, basically Diaz scores all 4 of Argentina's goals, whereas Japan's goals are all split between the different Japanese players. Although unfortunately Nitta is in one of them. He hits the post in his role as that player who doesn't score so that the others do. I'm trying to remember. I think Matsuyama scores one. But then also the Tachibanas debut a whole new technique that they end up using to score. I'm going to make a little switch up in the music because this story music is a little too low-key for my liking. Let's see. I had a little something prepped here. Yeah, there we go. We'll put on some Ys 8 music. So there we go. We'll continue from there. Oh, right, I'm supposed to actually have the tier list up. Real professional streaming hours here. So one of the goals that's scored is scored by the Tachibanas doing their Skylab twin shot, which is Jito launching both of them, one off of each foot, to do a flying twin shot. And the thing that happens afterwards is the Tachibanas rolling forward and each hitting a post, which causes them to get injured. So I'm going to do something right now with these characters because it really irritates me what they, from this moment on, what they end up being, despite having some of the coolest techniques in the series. And I'm going to go ahead and place the Tachibana twins in C tier. Because from this moment on, everything the Tachibanas do is show up, do an acrobatic trick, get injured, and leave. And it's a real shame because there are moments that threaten to be, well, I say threaten, I guess they threaten Takahashi, but there are moments that give this idea that they could get really good character development. But a part of what I'm doing, like, I'm saying, okay, obviously they have more important story moments than Takasugi or Taki, right? But my main gripe with them is because they get placed lower because there's a higher standard they're supposed to live up to. And I think they fall so far below of their potential overall in the story, and I will be pointing that out as we keep going, that I think they just end up being extremely disappointing overall. So that is where they're going to get placed. Another character that I'm going to go ahead and tier right now is Pascal. Pascal is essentially Diaz's buddy. He's there to be the support, but he does a cool move every once in a while, but that's really about it. He's not really that relevant to how Diaz scores because Diaz is the man, and he's not really that relevant. Now, speaking of who is the man, Misugi comes on in the second half, and he basically directs a really cool second half goal for Japan through a really good counterattack, and he ends up finishing it himself with his overhead, and it's a really nice moment for him. I don't know how they included him because, you know, they're supposed to already have their full roster set, but then just, Misugi's no longer just a coach, we're going to make him a player too. So, it is what it is. But it allowed us this cool moment and the really cool finish for Japan to beat Argentina after beating Italy, and that sets them en route for the semifinals. Tsubasa obviously still has the goal of going to Brazil in front of his eyes as a thing for with the finish of this tournament. But yeah, so we keep going through here. Let's see, Chester. There is a case to be made to tier Chester right now. I'll wait to see how I feel about him after talking about the final at least. But the next match we have is, at least on Japan's side, is the one against France, and that introduces us to two key players. I've mentioned them earlier, but they're Pierre and Napoleon. Germany, on the other hand, face Uruguay, and that is where we also get introduced to Ramon Victorino. And that is, you know, Victorino's a pretty cool player overall, at least his design. He's got, you know, this more South American flair, also his darker skin tone kind of shows that he's you know, a player of a different background than the others, and you know, I think it gives him a really cool look, and he's really fast, and he actually gives Germany a lot of trouble, and he ends up helping Uruguay take a lead on Germany, which hadn't happened up until that point in this tournament. But that is when another character is introduced that is intimidation personified, and that is Mueller, the German goalkeeper, the real German goalkeeper, who is designated as Maboroshi no Keeper, the Phantom Keeper. And he shows up, and it's a free kick to Uruguay, and he tells the wall to just split open, because he doesn't care where the shot's coming from. And he just saves it completely nonchalantly, and sets up Schneider for a goal, which ends up being the first of yet another hat trick, as Schneider is by far the best striker of the tournament. Then we go to Japan versus France. France obviously have home field advantage, and that ends up figuring into how the match plays. Japan actually take the lead, but then France are able to tie up the score through a slider shot and eventually take a lead. But there's another key incident that happens here, which is the fact that Napoleon and Soda end up entangled on the field a few times because they're both bad boys. Napoleon is the ace striker. Soda's the ace killer. They get into a fight and end up each getting yellow carded. And then in a later incident, Soda accidentally elbows Napoleon in the face, and the referee just looks at that as being potentially dangerous and gives Soda a second yellow card, and he's sent off. And it's a really big incident in the match because everybody's protesting. Even Tsubasa stands in front of the referee and straight up tells him, reverse this decision now, and ends up getting a yellow card for his troubles. But another thing that happens as Napoleon is kind of celebrating all of this is a really cool moment for Pierre. Pierre just goes up to him, slaps him across the face, slaps Napoleon across the face, and tells him, I've had enough of all your horse shit. What you need to understand is that we are here to represent our country and to be able to be worth everyone's pride in doing that. And if you're not going to shape up and do that, I have no more room for you. You're going to shape up right the fuck now. Do you understand me? And it is such a cool moment from Pierre, and he's honestly just a really impressive player throughout this match because he's essentially a box-to-box midfielder who's stopping the Japanese attacks as well as helping build the French attacks. It might also be because Takahashi didn't bother really establishing any other French players, but that's besides the point. France, I believe at this point, France have the lead, and Japan are constantly trying to peg them back. One goal gets called for offside, which didn't seem like it was offside. Another goal gets chopped off because the time ran out supposedly before the ball went into the net, which is the strangest Takahashiism of all time when it comes to dealing with these matches, because referees typically don't whistle during one final attack especially if the ball's already goal bound. So it was, and there was another one that was cut off, I think stopped because of a potential foul. So by this point, the Japanese team is heavily riled up and really getting very angry, especially Hyuga. And this is where Tsubasa has to kind of tell everybody to get their heads back in the game. Ken also is in trouble because of his injury that was sustained through the fire shot before the tournament. When they were playing the friendlies, and he's looking at Genzo and thinking, why isn't this guy fighting to get on the field knowing that I'm injured? And Mikami also looking at Genzo, and this has already since been exposed, but the whole thing with Genzo being an asshole to the Japanese team was a ploy by Mikami to help push them to improve themselves. And the only ones that knew at this point were Tsubasa because Genzo told him, and Hyuga because he overheard them. But Genzo had taken the role of the bad guy despite being the superior keeper compared to Ken. And he had basically let the whole thing go because, he wanted to be a team player. He didn't want to let Mikami down. I honestly find that a bit abusive from Mikami. I think that could have been handled in different ways, but it is what it is. So Japan are a man down, and they keep trying to go for their attacks time after time, until they finally get a breakthrough with Hyuga. And then France, in extra time, score what seems to be a goal with Napoleon's cannon shot, injuring Ken. But they call an offside, and then the referee goes in with... He gets a little mental quote going, we referees are always fair. And it's like... If you've watched the World Cup this year, you know a thing or two about that not being a lie, as... as is established by Mortez over here. But yeah, it is what it is with the match going the way it's going, and neither team is able to break through. Misugi gets in, can't change the score. The Tachibanas get in, they attempt a Skylab twin. Pierre blocks them both and knocks them down, injuring both of them. Surprise, surprise. That's all that the Tachibanas are good for from now on. So it reaches penalties. And the Japanese penalties are taken by Hyuga, Misugi, Matsuyama, Misaki, and Tsubasa. Whereas obviously they still have Ken in goal, with Pierre being the first and then a whole bunch of French scrubs taking the penalties till it's Napoleon's time. And when it's Napoleon's turn, he essentially looks at Ken and goes, I'm going to destroy your right hand because I know I can do it. And Ken comes out with one of his best moments in the series, his Seiken defense, a straight karate punch. I completely neglected to talk about Ken's background in karate, didn't I? But yeah, Ken uses his karate background to come up with the Seiken defense. It's kind of the whole reason he's able to do all of his agile stuff. It's kind of like, I guess because none of these moves feel like karate moves to me, other than his chop, Shito defense chop that he used in the middle school finals to stop one of the long-range shots that happened. But the point is that Napoleon's selfish decision ends up backfiring. Ken makes the save. Japan win. And this is a point where I have to also tier Pierre and Napoleon. The thing with them is that this is literally the last relevant match they have. This is the only match that they actually get to really show. They appear again in Rising Sun in what is pretty much a short filler match. So I'm going to go ahead first and put Pierre in the B tier. Partially because the impression he leaves from the short time that he's on panel is really big. He's incredibly skilled. He's a great captain. He's a super good player. Does a lot for the field. And the way he puts Napoleon in his place is very important. Napoleon will go ahead and go into C tier. He is an entertaining player in the sense that his head is so far up his own ass that he doesn't care. Calling his own coach Hebokochi, which is essentially like shitty coach. But yeah, but the thing about him is that he isn't good enough to back up that bravado overall. Like, he's very skilled, but he's clearly not as good as the other strong players around him. And if he had a longer presence in the manga, like if World Youth France got to appear more or something, then maybe he would have had a better chance, but he doesn't, so that's as high as he can get. So that sets up our Junior Youth Final, Japan versus Germany. So we have a bunch of little mini plot threads going here. One being that Roberto is in France with the Sao Paulo elementary school team, so he's been watching Tsubasa this whole time. And he's been debating whether he should finally... bit my tongue. That hurts. Never mind. And whether he should go and approach Tsubasa to take him to Brazil. And the thing that helps incentivize him, I guess, is that Barbas, the Argentinian coach, is saying that he's going to scout Tsubasa. So Roberto is in this race against himself. He meets Katagiri and denies that he's Roberto, all of that. So that's going on. There's the plot thread with Schneider's family, whether or not they're going to attend the final and whether they're going to get back together. That's another thing. Mueller now being in the mix as the daunting German keeper that he is. And, you know, so there, and Genzo, whether or not he'll play the final since Ken is clearly injured. But, so the first one of those plot threads gets resolved when Genzo gives the Japanese team his reports on all the German players and all the different things they like to do, the direction in which Chester likes to feint, the danger of Marx' headers, Kaltz being the main schemer of the team, and of course Schneider, the fact that he can beat Genzo 1 out of 2 times from the edge of the penalty area, which literally no character in this series has been able to do before that. So that is a big thing, although it figures into some really funny math that Takahashi uses to establish Schneider's strength. Or at least, not establish his strength, but to try to establish a threat, but it's kind of like bad use of statistics, buddy. Anyway. So, As Genzo gives out those things, Ken basically confirms to him that I'm too injured, and Mikami starts laying out the lineup and calls on Genzo's name. And that's when Hyuga exposes to the team that Genzo was just pissing everyone off just because he was trying to get them to play better, and that it was all an act. So that they do have to trust him going into the final. On the flip side, we also get the confirmation that Schneider's parents are attending the match together, and they clear up the misunderstanding that Schneider's mother was not having a date; she was just on a business lunch. So that's all sorted, and there's a bigger conclusion to that after the match. So that's pretty much, I think, all the setup, other than Roberto obviously being in the field, in the stands to watch the match. And this is where we get started, and Japan initially shows some surprisingly good control of the match by using Genzo's notes. Chester gets past Misaki with the same feint that Genzo wrote in his notes, and you kind of see... I think Chester is an intellectually challenged character for somebody who's supposed to be a big playmaker, because he sees Misaki and, like, if he's supposed to be such an insightful genius, you should be able to see when somebody just let you through. And he just tries to go past him with the same feint and gets stopped. Germany kind of show that they're not able to quite get control of the match, and Japan start their attacks, but this guy, Mueller stops absolutely everything that comes his way. And every time somebody tries to shoot against him at the beginning of the match, they all note the same thing. They feel like he has no area at which to aim because he's just covering the goal so well. And that's the thing with him. Man, I'm just suddenly starting to remember events from previous matches that I didn't cover, but I don't want to go too far into that. So Mueller keeps making save after save. Then the Japanese players come to the conclusion that maybe aiming low at such a big keeper can be a good idea. They try on the sides and it doesn't work, but then they aim straight at him and low, and he barely gets it, and it looks like this might be the struggle point for him, till his own goalkeeping coach, who trained him in the mountains, yes, he trained him in the mountains and made him punch boulders and shit, reminds him that they've already beaten this weakness, and Mueller is all armored up again. So Japan don't manage to score, and on the flip side, Schneider, despite his attempts to go with the fire shot, has not been able to score against Genzo thus far, until he finally finds an opportunity to go into an aerial clash with one of the Japanese players with his back to Genzo and do a feign doing an overhead. And while he's doing that, he ends up hiding himself behind one of the Japanese defenders, then surprises Genzo with a fire shot when he was unsighted. So that is Japan conceding first. So they're in deep trouble, but that fires up Tsubasa to try to do more. And this ends up being the catalyst for a wave of Japanese attacks that culminates in one of the funniest / stupidest ways that they score a goal. They all start shooting at Mueller, including Hyuga, and as the ball deflects off Mueller and is unable to catch it, Misaki goes for a header, and Mueller catches the ball with Misaki trying to dive with the header through into goal, and he's just, he's keeping him frozen in the air that way, right? Tsubasa jumps in, like, here are Misaki's feet doing the diving header, and Tsubasa just shoves Misaki forward to make the header overpower Mueller's hand, and they end up tying the score. It's just one of those things, right? It's just one of those funny things that happen in the Tsubasa universe. That pretty much settles the first half, as I recall it. Then in the second half, Schneider is talking to the team, and they're all like, how is this team that has so little football tradition beating us, the Germans, and whatnot? And Schneider gives them his famous quote on how you are supposed to examine football, that the stronger team on paper is not the one that wins, but the team that wins in the end is the stronger team. I think it was Saka tsuyoi wa katsu mono janai, Saka wa katsu mono tsuyoinda. Something like that. I can't remember the exact order of that sentence. I have zero formal Japanese learning. But the point is that that rings true for the players, and they realize we need to beat the team in front of us and not, our idea of who they are. And Japan are obviously getting fired up too. And Tsubasa also is given a reminder by Katagiri sent straight from Roberto uh, about the 52nd page of his notebook. The note that says that soccer is freedom or football is freedom. And it kind of takes the shackles off of him and allows him to play better. But the thing is, this is still Germany, right? And there are still incessant attacks from them. And Schneider ends up coming up with a trick that completely flips the script of the match as he goes for a fire shot initially, and Tsubasa keeps trying to tackle him, kind of doing sliding Muay Thai tactics. And eventually, the last feint that Schneider does to get past Tsubasa puts the ball on his left, which Genzo is essentially not ready for him to use since the fire shot's always with his right. And he just fires it going, "No fire!" And while I find the name really funny, it's just a really good trick to kick with your weak foot to offset the keeper that way. And Germany get their second. And it's looking bleak, it's looking dire, but Tsubasa is fully fired up with knowing that Roberto is watching and cheering for him. And he ends up starting the next wave of Japanese attacks that culminates in Hyuga being able to take a point blank Neo Tiger right at Mueller, and Mueller not being able to stop it. Scores at 2-2. The match keeps going. Kultz does the first big thing that he's really done since showing up, where he spits out his toothpick, and that makes him go full serious schemer mode. And that ends up causing another wave of German attacks, which really allows them to get in control. But Genzo ends up, for one of the shots, doing I guess you'd call it a double Sankakutobi, where he does Wakashimazu's triangle jump off the post. And then when he realizes he's still too far away from the ball, lifts up one of his feet to hit the crossbar and get the rest of the momentum he needs. Physically, that absolutely makes no sense, but God, it looks cool. So that's how Genzo makes his key save in this match. And we get the final series of attacks from Japan that culminates in Tsubasa taking a first point-blank shot that Schneider and Mueller collaborate to save, and then finally getting a chance at an overhead, which Mueller probably would have stopped if it was straight at him, but Tsubasa actually does it as a drive overhead, making it go down then up, and that ends up piercing the roof of the German goal, and Japan end up winning the tournament. Now, you'll notice the elephant in the room is that Brazil haven't been mentioned because they weren't part of this tournament. But they'll figure in, believe you me. Now, I'm trying to think if there are any characters I should tier right at this moment. There are a couple I can think of. First is Mikami. And I think on the balance of things, he goes here. He feels like he should be much better because of, he took Genzo to Germany, he coached Japan to the junior youth victory, but most of the ideas he'd used were Misugi's ideas. He just, wasn't really that effective of a coach, in my opinion. And, even in World Youth, when it's supposed to be his turn, and we'll see that he never ends up actually taking the role, I think he's just really ineffective as a mentor and as as a coach. So I don't think he just is that impactful of a character. By comparison, we have Katagiri, who it might feel a bit early to tier him right now, but I'm going to put him all the way up here. Katagiri is kind of this figure from the shadows who's doing his best for the future of Japanese football all the way through. He is following all the players, keeping track of everything, and obviously carries a very keen interest in Tsubasa. Just a minute, guys. All right, sorry about that. So he does so much to guarantee the development of the Japanese game, but I think he just needs a bit more time to go any higher than that. But he is an important character. He does make a lot of the key managerial decisions that end up formulating the future of the game, and he has a part in World Youth that's also important, and I'll get to that when the time's right. I just feel like I'm ready because his presence kind of comes and goes, but I think that this is a fair placement for him already. Let's see. Victorino is going to have his moments later on, so I don't think he should be placed yet. Looking at all of these characters, some of them who we've barely mentioned for quite a while now, but because they are going to be more important a little later on in the story, so I'm still holding on to them just a tiny bit. But yeah, that concludes Junior Youth, and we end up with the part I mentioned earlier about Tsubasa getting ready for his Brazilian departure, Sane meeting him at the bus stop, see him off, and him giving her the ball as the going away present from him. Yeah. So there is all of Junior Youth. So that's the three first major arcs of the story: Boy's Dream, aka Yomiuri Land, Middle School, and Junior Youth done. So that takes us... by the way, I'm not planning to handle the entire story in one day. I think that's a little too much. But I think we might be able to push through World Youth, at least. Alright, so the beginning of the next arc is World Youth, and in that arc... Actually, no. There's something that has to happen before your World Youth. And that would be... Pardon me, I accidentally switched off the camera there. That would be the Psychonoteki Hollandius arc, which is an arc in between World Youth, in between like Junior Youth and World Youth. So it introduces the Netherlands team as as a threat to the Japanese team, but we also get to know part of what's been happening with everybody going to high school. Since Tsubasa went to Brazil, that means he's not been involved with high school since he went to Sao Paulo. On the flip side, Misaki goes back to Nankatsu after his father's European trip is done, and the whole Otomo team also end up going back there. So Urabe, Nakayama, Kishida, Nishio are all back with Nankatsu High School, who is now captained by Ishizaki. Yes, Ishizaki. We also get to see that Toho have been dominating the high school championships and end up winning 3 in a row. Although Nankatsu end up winning the what's called the Inter-High. The key outcome from this related to the Holland match or the Netherlands match is that Hyuga is injured. I guess it's also a time for us to mention the Netherlands captain, Brian Cruyfford. And let's just get this straight. He is Cruyfford. He is not Kluivert, not Kluivert, whatever. He's not a reference to Patrick Kluivert. He is a reference to Johan Cruyff. So he is Cruyfford. The romanization, the official romanizations are wrong, and I will die on this hill. So there we go. And as well as, where are they? Somebody called for a scrub army? There they are. The whole Netherlands team. And yeah, pardon the image. That's the only image I could find of all of them together. So it's where the Japanese team are supposed to face the Dutch team in a series of 3 friendlies. Misaki's given the captain's armband, which is confusing since Ishizaki is the captain on their high school team. I guess they did it because Hyuga's not playing. But Japan just get mollywopped. Like 5-1, 7-1, 8-0, whatever the scores were. They were just complete basketball scores, one-sided. And even when Hyuga went in, he wasn't able to do anything to Hans Dolman, who was just this basically white Nakanishi. And then Tsubasa shows up, coming on a break from Sao Paulo, and Japan ended up winning like 10-1. This mini arc is really bad. It's really, really bad because I think it's incredibly insulting to pretty much the entire Japanese team because of all the progress they've made. And this idea that you can flip a score by that much just on one player is just absurd, even by the standards of this story. So I did not like this one shot whatsoever. I think it was pretty weak. Croyford never plays, by the way, throughout all of this, but I'm going to tier his Scrub Squad right now. Because when they show up, they're just basically a whole bunch of tropes. The strong guy, the skillful guy, the fast guy, and the big goalkeeper. And they're literally irrelevant even when the Netherlands team comes back later. They're just complete nothing burgers as far as character is concerned. Brian's way better, but not now. We'll be waiting much later to really get into detail about Brian. But that concludes the Netherlands mini arc. Thank God. Alhamdulillah. Now, we start World Youth not in Japan, but in Italy. Introducing a character who is going to be our central protagonist for the first few chapters, Aoi Shingo. And leaving aside the hateful memories he's given me in Captain Tsubasa Dream Team, Aoi is such a breath of fresh air. A character who is clearly not the smartest, but always has, is always fully fired up, full of determination. He goes to Italy when his uncle was still alive, and he was supposed to help him try to get into an Italian team. His uncle passes away when he's en route, and Shingo ends up, in an apartment, in his uncle's old apartment. And he goes with some guy who tells him that Inter are holding trials. I can get you in. I just need this much money from you. And Aoi gives him all that money, and it turns out that he got swindled. So he's not only not able to get into any Italian team right now, or not being trusted to even try out for one, he's also broke. So it's pretty heartbreaking in some ways. But I am going to mention something that I think Takahashi lays on a little too thick, and that's the racist angle of this story. See, I understand at that time that, Italians seeing a little Japanese guy trying to get into their team would find it funny. But this wasn't too far removed from when Nakata Hidetoshi got into the Serie A, right? And I just find absurd how, the entire story has so much of, there's this collective asshole syndrome that activates whenever Aoi enters anywhere. Oh, there goes the Japanese. Oh, the Japanese is here. He thinks he can play football. Oh, let's bully the Japanese. And it is, I think, some of the hammiest, heavy-handed stuff in the story so far. And I think it might be the gap between the stories between this and Junior Youth that it's so weird that way. But what it does well is that it gives Aoi a platform to show his determination. Because one of the things that happens that's really cool is that we get the return of Gino Hernandez, who is actually the keeper of the Inter Youth team and about to enter the professional squad. And he sees Aoi, and when he realizes that he's Japanese, has a lot of respect for him based off of what happened with Tsubasa. And Aoi obviously has his own history with Tsubasa, because it turns out that in middle school, when he was in his second year, his team, Nakahara, played against Tsubasa's Nankatsu in a friendly, and they got bodied. And Aoi had made the most dangerous attack of the game by disobeying his coach's defensive instructions. But Aoi was also the champion of the juggling or lifting competitions. So Aoi idolizes Tsubasa, and he had gone to see him off at the airport. And Tsubasa recognizes him, even calls him Nakahara Juno Juniban, Nakahara Middle School's number 12. And throws a satchel of throws 3 coins at him, which are, let's see, I think it was the Japanese yen the there were I don't remember them very well right now, but there were three currencies tied to different World Cup countries, and one of them connected with, I believe, the World Cup that was coming up for Japan in 2002, Japan and Korea. But anyway, that is going to be a little funny thing to mention with this story later on. Anyway, so Aoi obviously idolizes Tsubasa, right, and really cherishes that moment with him. What transpires for him is that as he's on the field and the Inter players perceive him as a threat, they start just physically bullying him off the ball every chance they get, perpetuating the lie, oh, the Japanese can't play football. And Aoi actually ends up doing a lot of solo training just to get himself ready to handle all of that physical abuse that he's getting from these players. And when a match finally comes up and he's able to be involved, because he did prove himself on the field still, despite all of this, he's actually ready with all the heavy-handed passing and shoulder barging. And one of the players, Mateo, is told by Gino that Aoi wasn't ready to take any of you guys' shit, and he's playing a serious match right now. So if you guys are ready to support him and actually win this match that we're losing right now, you better get your shit together. Which they do. And Aoi becomes a stable first-team member of the Inter Primavera, the youth team. So that's his arc. It's cool, if a bit heavy-handed. Oh yeah, there was a bits in between of Shingo doing juggling shows, also feeding into the whole Japonese thing. Doing it for cash, and then as he's doing it, somebody says, "Oh, he's just a Japanese monkey. He can't really play football on a field, right?" Yeah, collective asshole syndrome, like I said. So, there's Aoi's arc. Then we go to Sao Paulo, where Tsubasa's about to play the finale of the Brazilian Championship, the Brazilian League, and this is what introduces our next big character in the series, who's going to stay with us for a while, Carlos Santana, the star of Flamengo, the rival to Tsubasa Sao Paulo. And Santana is portrayed as this emotionless soccer cyborg, right? Like, he's a player who is mechanically perfect, absolutely flawless, and one of the most talented players Brazil has seen in multiple generations. Now, the thing with Santana is that he used to be known as Carlos Para due to a big industrial mafia kingpin called Para adopting him, then taking him away from his family and threatening them with harm if he doesn't play for his teams. I don't know what's so important about a kid becoming on your team that you need to threaten his family, but it is what it is. So the only one alongside him who is also keeping up with and trying to help him maintain his humanity is Leo. And another character we can mention is Pepe, who is in the Sao Paulo youth team and hasn't made it to the full professional team yet like Tsubasa. But he was present when Tsubasa was doing the trials for Sao Paulo. And he kept looking down on him like, what's this Japanese guy gonna do? Again, same deal, collective asshole syndrome. Until Tsubasa just shows him how good he really is and helps assist a goal for him. Excuse me, which gets them both into the team. And it's during this time also that Roberto kind of activates hard-ass coach mode on Tsubasa and tells him that, you know, everything you've done before is great, but it's not going to be enough to just go with your feelings here. You need to go to a higher level in order to really achieve success here in Brazil. There's going to be no mercy. The tryouts are going to be really, really hard. And Tsubasa's aware of this. I mean, he's been preparing a good chunk of his life for this by now. So that is where Tsubasa ends up joining the Sao Paulo team, and he's become actually the main player for the team. Hold on, just a second, guys. All right. So, uh, with Tsubasa on Sao Paulo and he's about to face the soccer cyborg, it becomes a really interesting match between these two since Santana is arguably physically and technically slightly superior to Tsubasa. And it shows when every time Tsubasa manages to score, Santana one-ups him somehow. Including the Tsubasa's addition to the drive shot, which is the flying drive shot, where it can curve now. And I think Santana ends up responding with his own different long shots and his own golden flying drive shot. The other thing is that Santana's mannerisms continue to portray the cyborg and the way he stands on top of goal and intercepts one of Tsubasa's shots from a free kick and ends up promising him that he's going to get him back for everything. Santana also shows off the Santana turn, which is definitely one of the coolest dribbling tricks. Unfortunately, the Santana turn always ends up becoming this thing where, oh, somebody did the Santana turn, the other guy's going to do an overhead to stop it. And that gets established in this match when Tsubasa tries to copy the Santana turn, and that's how Santana stops it. Tsubasa eventually finds the winning goal and wins, but not before Santana really puts him through the ringer, including taking a shot that injures Tsubasa, gives a minor injury to Tsubasa's arm. But it's during this match that, as Santana's wondering, what's missing from me? Why couldn't I beat this guy? And Leo reminds him that, this cyborg bit hasn't always been you. You were always at your best, when you weren't like this. So you need to remember yourself and your love for football again. And that ends up kind of awakening Santana to his love of the game again. Now, I want to sit here, and I'm going to emphasize this later on when I reach Road to 2002, probably in the next session of this stream, maybe tomorrow. But the biggest lie ever told about this character is that he became weaker after he discarded the cyborg. That is beyond untrue, because Santana doesn't lose any of his ability or any of his power as he becomes, more of a human being. And I think I can prove that when I reach Road to 2002 and later on especially. But that's the end of Brazil's little mini arc. And that helps us go on to the major arc of the story. How am I becoming down with something? It's been kind of bothersome over here. But yeah, the preparation for the World Youth Tournament proper. That is where we get introduced to the Japan team getting ready for their tournament, and we see an interview with Misaki and Hyuga where they announce that they're not going to be playing for any professional teams, and they're essentially sacrificing a whole year of their lives just to focus on Japan only. And it's a really cool moment. Hyuga kicks up a table and destroys it. There's a lot of destruction of of property for some reason in this story. But yeah, they end up promising that they're going to win, and especially that they want to really level up because they realize that the world is a very big place because of what happened against the Netherlands. So they are acknowledging that absolutely garbage arc, but whatever. And that is where they start the training camp. Then that is where things go crazy. A group of unknown players jump in during their training and completely take this Japan team by surprise. And two key characters in that, actually three I will mention right now, are Hinorioma, Yumikura Nobuyuki, and our old friend Urabe, who had said that he's not going to play football anymore to help with his family tofu shop. But it's a group of 7 players that show up. There are 4 others, but they're honestly not that relevant. These 3 are probably the most important. And they show up alongside another person, Minato Gamo. Gamo shows up and tells them that he's there as the coach of this unit known as the Real Japan 7, the shadow team that is superior to the Japanese Golden Generation. Obviously, that challenge really riles up the troops. They're more than a little unhappy about that. And it ends up culminating in a mini challenge match where they accept to take on these guys, and they essentially put their potential place in the team on the line. Gamo essentially tells them if none of your teams can beat this seven of mine, then we get to replace these guys with any seven players on the team. And it's a real moment of tension because it's like, who are these guys? They look really good. And the first Japanese team that faces them is pretty much the cream of the crop. Matsuyama, Misaki, Hyuga, Jito, Soda, Nita, and Morisaki, I think, was the lineup they went with. And it goes back and forth. Hyuga and Hino end up establishing their rivalry with each of them scoring. Yumikura scores with a drive shot also, I believe. And excuse me. Oh, and of course, their keeper, Michelle Yamada, known in our internal cycles as Saeed Spader. I wish I could include him, but he's so irrelevant. I'm sorry. He's just comic relief. But yeah. So eventually, I believe after Yumikura's drive shot, and he's someone who declared that he wanted to take over Tsubasa's place, the Real Japan 7 win. Like, Urabe scores, Hino scores, and it is absolutely shocking after all of this to see these guys lose. And knowing that these guys are the top team, we know that none of the other lineups stand a chance. They get destroyed. So it ends up with the Japanese team now wondering what's going to happen. And during this time, I mentioned Mikami. Mikami, for some reason, had fallen ill. Turns out his appendix inflamed, and he had to do the operation. Diagnosed by doctor in training Misugi. Oh yeah, Misugi got back on the team. So there were tryouts for the team that were happening as well. I don't remember which happened before the other between this and the RJ7 first match, but Misugi ends up showing up after years of absence, and it seems that he's finally ready to play full matches. And he does a drive shot as well to kind of show how far he's progressed. But now comes the moment of truth. And Gamo is going to decide which 7 players are going to leave the camp. So a lot of players are thinking, players like Ishizaki are thinking, oh, the less technical players like me are probably in trouble. But this guy ends up throwing the biggest curveball and throws out Hyuga, Misaki, Soda, Jito, Nita, and the Tachibana twins. Multiple players who are core to the team, especially Hyuga and Misaki, who are definitely 2 of the top players of the entire team. And they're all going like, why? This is the core of the team. How come? So he starts giving all of them reasons. Tells Misaki that, you're nothing without Tsubasa, and until you find yourself outside of that, you're never going to be a truly good player. With Hyuga, your play is too limited. You have to learn how to use post play, which is when a striker posts up with his back against a defender and supports the play by setting up his teammates. Jito, you're too slow. Soda, all you have is your curving shot and your curving passes. Tachibanas, you guys don't know how to... You're monkeys that don't know how to play without each other. Funny how true that's going to end up being. And, what was it? Jito, you're too slow. Nita, you can't shoot with both feet, so you're completely useless if you get locked out of using your right foot. So it's a really strong moment, right? Like, it's really shocking to see these guys end up leaving the team that way. But there's nothing for it. All of them do leave, except for Hyuga, who says, I promised Tsubasa that I'd look after the team, so I can still train with the team, right? Even if I'm not going to play. Gamo basically tells him, suit yourself, I don't give a shit. This carries on for a bit, with Hyuga showing that he understands how to do post-play just fine, and with having a little shooting contest with Hino, where the 2 of them are literally banging shots back and forth. Hold on just a second, guys. Real sorry about this. All right. Carrying on. So this is the where the Japanese team feel like they're in deep trouble, and Tsubasa comes back from Brazil. You know, all right, I'm a Brazilian national champion and all of that, and finds the team undergoing Gamo's severe physical regimen. Also, finding out that Hyuga left because Matsuyama kind of got up in his face, like, "Why are you wasting your stupid time here? Go figure yourself out. I'll take care of the team." Another Chad moment from Matsuyama being, you know, the captain that he is, just like when he, I forgot to mention it at that time, but when he was able to actually get through Diaz one-on-one in order to set up one of Japan's counterattacks. And his role gets bigger in this story as kind of the mental pillar of the team, so to speak. But carrying on, Tsubasa essentially lifts up everyone's spirits, and they're able to start looking through the Asian qualifiers to the World Youth. And we start seeing some of the potential faces we're going to get there. Man, this in discussion place is getting so big. But I'll note them as we go forward. So first we have Thailand, which is Bunnark and the Konsawat brothers, the Konsawat trio. Bunnark being a former Muay Thai fighter, and the Konsawats being Sepak Takraw players, which is kind of like volleyball played with feet. Super sick sport. Check it out, by the way. But yeah. So with that, Tsubasa, with this team missing Misaki, Hyuga, and everyone, they have to go through the qualifiers somehow. And the weird thing that nobody asked a question about is, why don't the real Japan 7 actually join the matchday squads? Gamo never exposes this bit of info, so you kind of begin to feel that there might be something up with that. They end up playing against, I think it was Chinese Taipei, Taiwan, whatever they call them in this. And a random shot deflects off of Matsuyama into the Japanese goal. And despite Tsubasa being there, they're still not able to really control the match because at the end, in the end, Tsubasa's just one guy, right? And, you know, he ends up having to lift everybody's spirits. Ishizaki helps with a really cool counterattack. Matsuyama scores, Tsubasa scores, and Japan barely scrape it 2-1. So that fills Thailand with confidence, and that is a match that has a lot of stuff going on. So let's go ahead and really start looking at it. The Bunnark and the Konsawats basically show their backstory of having joined football because they think that those are bigger fields than where they've competed before. And they kind of use that as motivation to try to take down Japan, them being the junior youth champions and all. And as that match starts, things look surprisingly bleak. Japan do have Morisaki in goal, and they're missing a lot of their key defenders to the point that Kishida, another character I've left off the tier list, is a starter. And it's tough, right? Like, Japan are facing these Konsawat brothers, and it turns out that these guys are actually capable of some acrobatic play that even the Tachibanas can barely dream of. And while the match keeps going, I'm trying to remember because this match had ended up 4-4, but I don't remember Japan's goals very well. I want to say Thailand score first with their team overhead technique that ends up with the little brother Chana scoring it. And then that is where Bunnark finally unveils himself against Tsubasa and just takes him out with a big Muay Thai knee style tackle that is just really brutal. And Tsubasa is really kind of in a tough spot throughout this. I want to check out the summary of just get a summary of the goals here just to be sure, because I'm kind of blanking out. That shows that I've read too much Tsubasa in the past few days. Alright, just a second here. This Falcon music really. Alright, I don't think this description is accurate, but here I'll mention the key moments as I recall them to the best of my ability. Uh, while the match is tied 4-4, with all the different goals that were scored, a few different things happened. One of them being. Actually, no, this doesn't happen when it's 4-4. Before it reaches there, there's one big substitution that happens when Gamo finally gets his big trump card in Shingo Aoi, who ends up joining halfway through the first half, finally arriving from Italy after realizing how bad of a situation Japan are in. And also, on top of that, later on in the match, as Morisaki finally puts together a string of clutch saves, anti-bomb propaganda, an unfortunate moment, in my opinion, happens despite how much I love this character. Genzo's here. Wakabayashi arrives, and though they were told that he can't join the team because of his injuries, he's here somehow. Where's Wakashimazu, you might ask? I'll get to him in just a minute, because what happened to him was before the match, and I don't want to interrupt the match flow to discuss it. Now, Genzo comes in, and it's clear that because of the injuries that he suffered based on shots he faced against Brian Croyford and another character we're yet to meet called Stefan Levin, he can only punch. And he ends up still defending Japan's goal by doing jumping punches to prevent the Consawats from doing their air techniques. Aoi helps with scoring the tying goal, and eventually ends up scoring the winning goal when Tsubasa entrusts him with it. But it's a really cool moment for Aoi because he shows his ridiculous energy and how much he adds to the Japanese midfield by being there. And also that Tsubasa still recognizes him by calling after him by saying Nakahara Juno Juniban. And it's a really nice moment, really heartfelt. And that ends up helping Japan win this match 5-4. And I have to tier the Thai players right now, even though they make one minor appearance later on. I think... Let's see, where can they go? I think that Consawats are kind of basically budget Tachibanas because they only appear once. Budnak is a bit more interesting because of the whole Muay Thai angle, and he's just got a very intimidating look to him. And at least for the time he's on the field, you felt that he could really, kill someone if need be, because he's that intimidating of a player. Next, I almost wanted to put Morisaki, but all the way later in Rising Sun, there is something fairly important connected to Morisaki, so I don't want to rush tiering him just yet. Let's take a look here, see if there's anybody who's ready to be pushed up from here. No, I don't think so. Alright, so that concludes Japan versus Thailand. Now, the thing that happened with Ken... Ken had gone to Mikami and asked him point blank, who is Japan's #1 goalkeeper going to be at the World Youth? Will it be me or Genzo? And Mikami tells him, Genzo's a professional goalkeeper. He's literally, playing at a level that you aren't. And Ken tells him, answer me point blank, just give me a name. And obviously Mikami tells him that the #1 keeper is going to be Genzo. Ken destroys his desk. Like I said, a lot of property damage. And proceeds to just leave. And in one of the weird moments that happen afterwards, Ken starts getting set up for one of the biggest arcs, probably his biggest arc. Hyuga tiger shots after him. Wait. Was this before Hyuga left to start learning the... Yeah, that hadn't happened yet. Hyuga tiger shots at him to tell him to stay, and Ken just catches it with a single hand, kind of showing that he's become on a whole different level. But he just decides that he's going to join Yokohama as a goalkeeper, and that's it. He's going into the professional game, so he's not going to be joining with Japan. Now, we've had all of this happen. Oh yeah, Mitsuki scored a drive shot during this Thailand match too. By the way, forgot about that. But anyway, all of this that we've had with the Japanese team getting past the preliminary rounds and getting into the second round of the Asian Championship that qualifies to the World Youth. And now, that poses the question, where is everybody? Where's Hyuga? Where's Misaki? Where are all of them? So, we get the first bits with Jito and Soda return. Jito, Soda, and the Tachibanas immediately return. And the Tachibanas bring another character with them that we'll get into in a minute here. Pardon me, everybody seems like it might be coming down with something. Hope that's not the case. But yeah. So that leaves Misaki and Hyuga. Misaki, we kind of see him going around like taking his own personal tour around Africa and learning new techniques that way. Whereas with Hyuga, he becomes the center focus of our next part of the story because he's got Takeshi with him over, and I think he's back in Okinawa? Yeah, he's back in Okinawa. And he shows that he perfectly understands how to do post play, right? Like bringing a header down so a teammate can score, not a very complicated process for him. But Hyuga decides that the next thing he should do is to just learn a new shot. And he starts working on something, but he can't quite visualize it, as he starts trying to literally use the black ball that Coach Kiro gave him to knock down a tree. Yeah. While that's happening, though, and he's doing all that training, on the field where he's training, a girl comes up to him and berates him for ruining the softball field, and then throws him a catcher's mitt and says, "Help me practice." And that is Akamine Maki, who ends up, in a lot of ways, like, she almost merited, I think maybe I might even change that for the next session, where she should get a spot on the tier list because of how much she does for Hyuga. But, you know, he looks at the situation like, well, shit, what can I do? And he starts catching her throws and likening them to the different shots of his different Japanese teammates. And then she throws her specialty at him, the riser, which, you know, from the name, just rises like so. And that gives him the inspiration to start working on his shot, eventually, the Raiju shot. Now, Hyuga also knows that she's supposed to have a match in Okinawa that day. Hyuga finally perfects his shot, literally splitting that tree down the middle. And he goes to find her to tell her that he has managed to do it. Unfortunately, by the time he finds her, she's played a game where she got completely destroyed. And he comforts her in that moment. And that kind of establishes the relationship these two will have, of not just, you know, a romance between them, but also the mutual drive they have to become the best at their respective sports, and how much they support each other in that. And I think that's a really nice thing for Hyuga, for somebody who's for so long been kind of depicted as a bit of a loner, to have that in his life. So that pretty much concludes everyone's arcs outside the camp, and they all come back to challenge the RJ7 again. Misaki shows up, Hyuga shows up, Jito comes in with a big sliding tackle, very agile for his body size. Soda comes in with a Kamasori pass that curves even harder. I'm sure glad he went on that special training camp. The Tachibanas come in saying that they've learned how to play without each other. To the point that one of them, again, doesn't matter which one, ends up standing in goal. And they end up taking on the RJ7 that way. And we end up getting into a bit of a pattern. I wish this would stop right now. Right. So, and it starts with you know, Misaki is the first to really get his shine here, because he shows a much more carefree style of football that he's developed with pretending to lose control of the ball only for him to backspin it to himself, and using a new backspin based pass called the green cut pass. And it looks like he's having such a good time. Jito with his big sliding tackle, and he also finishes off a Japanese counterattack by scoring their first goal with a sliding shot, the same way Urabe did the first time these teams met. But Hino immediately responds with his dragon shot. Then we get more action later on as Nita is shown after the training he did with all of his kohai, his underclassmen, helping him power up his left leg to the point where he's able to do his Hayabusa volley with his left foot now, which is really cool. And yeah, and then Hino scores again, and Hino looks at Hyuga going, what's up? Or is this all you got? So Misaki passes the ball to Hyuga, and he does his new shot, the Raiju shot from the middle of the field. And it just blasts into goal with everybody looking on like, what the fuck was that? And this moment is super iconic. Even in the Captain Tsubasa J anime, everybody's looks of shock, the music that plays, it is perfection. Just absolute perfection. Add on top of that Hyuga gets into another shooting chance in the penalty area, and Hino goes in to try to stop him. And Hyuga's Raiju shot is so strong that Hino is literally sent spinning. And that ends up being the goal that puts everything into motion, and Japan just start mollywopping the real Japan 7. It is just a no contest. So Gamo just calls it and says, all right, there's no more need to play any of the remaining matches. And then he finally reveals the truth that this is a shadow squad of players that was meant to be a backup to the Golden Generation, with multiple players that are actually a year older, so they aren't actually eligible to represent Japan. Most of them playing in different J-League teams. The exception being Hino. Hino is actually of age, but it turns out that Hino is of Uruguayan descent, and that he is going to represent Uruguay in the World Youth. So he and Hyuga make the promise that they're going to meet again on the field of the World Youth, and they give their iconic high five. And that is the end of the Real Japan 7 arc. And my thing with this arc, Hyuga got a lot out of it, Misaki got a little bit out of it, Nita, kind of. But the rest, I mean, the Tachibana that's in the field, again, it doesn't matter which one it is, does like a Yamazaru keep where he just dribbles with the ball, crouch down like a monkey, and then like a flying squirrel jump. But that's really about it. And the Tachibanas kind of don't really utilize anything that they learned from this later on. They go back to what they were before, which is a real shame, because this was one of the biggest chances, the other one happening later on, for them to really become different characters, to not just be the circus stunt monkeys. And I think that's a real shame. So there it is for Real Japan 7. From there on, we continue with the Asian qualifiers into the second round, where Japan face, I think, Uzbekistan. And with Tsubasa and everyone finally on the team together, Tsubasa, Aoi, Misaki, Hyuga, like, get this lineup. Genzo in goal. Soda, Ishizaki, Matsuya, actually Misugi. Misugi's been converted into a sweeper. And Jito in defense. Aoi, Misaki, Tsubasa, and Matsuyama in the midfield, and Hyuga and Nita up top. Really good lineup. They destroy Uzbekistan. They have a guy called Zangiev. He didn't matter. And then they start to get the prep for their next matches, which are with Saudi Arabia and China. And this is where we start getting introduced to those teams' players. So, first up, we see Marco Wairan, or Malik Wairan as some may think. And then the Chinese team players, Hisho, Ochume, and Shoshunko. I'm saying their names as they're pronounced in Japanese, just for consistency, I guess. But yeah, White On, I guess I can give my opinion on him, since he's literally from my country. They named him after Said Rawairan, the legendary Saudi midfielder who scored one of the most memorable World Cup goals of all time back in '94. And honestly, I don't find it to be a bad thing. I get why they named him after a football player. And they didn't name him after the actual royal family, even though they say he's part of the Saudi royalty. He's a cool player, so I can give it a pass. Now, Saudi, the matches with them are shown to give them that they're a very defensive team, and one that kind of locks you down into falling to their traps, right? And that's what happens in the beginning when they face Japan, where they're right on doing one of the coolest sequences you will see in any Captain Tsubasa manga. So, first thing he does is that he notices Tsubasa and Misaki doing the Golden Kombi nonsense, and he just goes, "What if I go in between for one of those passes?" And he intercepts it. And it's the first of 2 or 3 separate times in this manga that the Golden Duo is finally defeated. He goes right at Misugi after that, who basically is playing the same position, and does this feint where he drops to the ground as if he's tripped, and then heel flips the ball over Misugi, takes one shot, a volley at Genzo, who is still unable to catch, and then continues with an overhead to score. It is an exceedingly cool sequence, and it really establishes Rairon as a very tactically astute player. The way he opened up that counterattack, just really cool. Japan kind of take things into their own hands from there. They're eventually able to equalize through Misaki's new shot, the boomerang shot from a free kick. Hyuga also shows up with his Raidu shot. I believe Hyuga gets a hat trick in this match, but before he completes the scoring, because one of the members that come in to try to stop him from doing that and to help reverse the score is Vulcan, who we believe, I guess, is supposed to be Burkan in Arabic, which means volcano. Now, compared to Rairon, this character is just... see, he's been given that hairstyle over here, that little top knot, as a reference, as a literal reference to the Aladdin genie. And he comes in like, what was he says? Mitsu negai o kaneo, something like that. Like, I will fulfill your 3 wishes, just like the genie of the lamp fulfills 3 wishes. And he's even called Majin Vulcan, and like fitting in with the whole idea of being the genie. So, he's going to get tiered right after the match. So he doesn't even do anything. Like, he wins a header, then gets Raidu shot in the guts to concede. I wish he was even a useful player in any way. So, yeah, Japan ended up winning 4-1 by destroying the Saudi defense. And Vulcan's immediately going into F tier. I'm sorry. He's just a really weak character. Right on the other hand, goes up to here. I might be a little too biased, a little too country biased. Right on over the Tachibanas. This is his only match in the series, his only real match in the series. He shows up again a bit in Golden 23, but how big is his role to be here? The thing is, like, his play is really cool. His tactical acumen is really cool. The honorable side of him is cool. Like, he has just got such a presence about him, and I think every time he's there, the couple of times that he's there, he just adds so much to whatever is going on. So I'm going to go ahead and put a right on in the B tier for now. Then we go to the preparation of the match with China, and this also halfway introduces us to the Korean team. And I'm sorry, Lee and Cha don't really deserve to have separate placements on the tier list. They're Korea. Uh, there are four main Chinese players introduced, but one of them, his entire role is just the captain, and there's really nothing else to it. So, what I'm not going to tier him. Goal, I think, is the name he is used for him. But Hisho is there as like a master of headers, and they show him and Oh Chumei's integration into the Chinese team during the tryouts, how they're best friends since childhood. And Chumei kind of cheats a bit on the tests to guarantee that he's on the same team with Hisho, so he can assist him with his goals. And that's pretty cool. In the match, Genzo actually decides to not take his painkiller injections, which means he'll be in a lot of pain, but he'll be able to catch since his hands aren't numbed by the injections he was taking before, so he won't be forced to just punch. But we also start getting introduced to something I mentioned in the Nankatsu versus Toho match from middle school, that the exchange of shots with double power is something that's going to come back, and it's coming back with this guy. He is basically considered the real superstar of the Chinese team, and his main technique is to bear down on the ace of the opposing team and deflect back their most powerful shot right back at them. Aoi at this point had taken 2 yellow cards before the China match, so he was suspended. So he decided that he's going to go and scout out the Chinese team and try to get some information on them. And when they figure out who he is, Sho decides to get into the field with him, and as Aoi tries to take a shot, Sho hits him with his special technique, his special reversal technique, the Hando Shusoku Jinho, super reactive quick gun, something like that. But the point is that it sends Aoi flying like 50 feet into the air, and it also shows that I think Sho's not right in the head, because he goes, I only saw the tail of the dragon from that. He has a thing with seeing dragons, and I don't believe any other character acknowledges these dragons except him. Also, in case you didn't know he was Chinese, he's treating his previously injured foot by using acupuncture. Do you realize he's Chinese yet? Do you realize it? So, there we go. That's all set up. And also that Sho was in a clash with Cha, the Korean striker. Basically Korean Hyuga, honestly. And he injured him really badly using this technique. But they both got injured, but Sho ended up recovering first. So, the match ends up starting. And Japan, from what I recall, they start off pretty well. They're even able to score. But where things go awry is when Hisho starts bombarding Genzo with headers, because he's thinking that Genzo is not going to be able to maintain what he's doing by catching so many of them. And eventually, after so many headers, he does manage to score with a really tenacious diving header, which he hadn't shown up until that point. Ochume had done a couple of nice dribbling tricks during that time as well, so... But really, this match is all about when Shoshunko is introduced, because from that point, it's funny because I think I like this match less in retrospect than I did when I first read it. When he first comes in and he sees Hyuga score with a tiger shot, right? So his timing is all thrown off when he tries to do the Hando Shusoku Jinho. When Hyuga does the Raiju shot the next time, the reaction of the shot is to send it straight upwards. And Sho is surprised by this, but then he looks and realizes that, oh, you're using a different shot. So the next time they face off, Sho reflects it. And this is from, like, the Chinese third of the field, right? Because that's where Hyuga's over there as striker. And it flies right back and past Genzo from there. And it is a harrowing moment for Genzo, because this is the first time we've actually seen him on panel concede from outside the box. And he even says it like the goal, something along the lines of the hole in the goal is reflective of the one in my heart right now. And it's not just that even if he could punch or not that he could stop it, but just the idea that this has been his legend. This has been his thing, and it's been broken. So now Tsubasa has to pick up the rest of the team. And eventually, what I recall, he scores against Sho by using the Hando Shusaku Jinho himself. Sho also scores a goal by deflecting back a clearance from Soda, which, what was the line he uses? Korega Hando Shu Soku Jinho Janaize. Like, he just deflects it back without using the whole reactive thing. Eventually, it reaches a point where Tsubasa forces an interaction where he tells Hyuga, take your shot, I'll be right behind you. And as he follows through, Sho reflects, and then Tsubasa does his own reflection right back at it, and that ends up scoring the winning goal for Japan. And it's this constant deflecting of shots increasing in power that becomes really problematic for the series moving forward whenever it's mentioned. While the technique looks cool, and I still think Sho is very high thinking of all these dragons, but there are a couple of other techniques that use this later, and it just proliferates so damn much. Like, it becomes way too overused. But also, like, I mentioned Sho on the dragons because when Tsubasa kicks back that dragon, he goes, oh my god, it's a dragon that spirals. That is amazing. It's... Watching him, reading him out, feels like that old meme video of double rainbow all the way. Like, that's what I'm sensing with this rather weird character. Still, it's a shame because his concept of chasing down aces to turn their shots against them is cool. And it would have been nice if it remained as like this ticking time bomb, because he does get injured again in this match, right? And China can't bring it back. And I believe Hyuga completes his hat-trick as well, because he was supposed to get a hat-trick every single match of the Asian qualifiers. But, you know, he is a cool character on his own, but I think his overall impact on the series is problematic. I can go ahead and tier these guys right now, and I think they're just, again, perfectly serviceable D-tier characters who provide decent action when they're there. And they augmented what was a pretty good match. I think Japan versus China was one of the one of the highlight matches so far, in my opinion. It was pretty good. The remaining match against Korea is marred by the fact that Saudi Arabia played against Korea right before that. And during that, Aweron causes a big injury to Cha, or rather, causes a relapse of his broken leg. And in that, that ends up causing one of the most fun sequences by Lee, where he does a rolling overhead over Vulcan, I believe, and that ends up allowing Korea to win. Unfortunately, that means Cha is unavailable for the final, which ends up making it a total wash. And again, it puts the Koreans into this same spot of being, you know, alright, but nothing more than that. Now, main character syndrome and how it figures into the series. Around the time after Japan defeat China, Pepe shows up in the Japanese camp. He's speaking to Tsubasa, obviously in Portuguese, which means nobody else can understand. And what happens there is, I think... honestly, it's a crock of shit. That's what I think of it. So, Pepe essentially goes up to Tsubasa and says, when are you going to stop holding back? You don't need to lower your level of play to be able to play with these teammates of yours. And Tsubasa translates this to everyone else, and it turns out that Tsubasa was actually sandbagging and playing at a lower level to help his teammates keep up. See, Tsubasa had just become a professional in Brazil, alright? And I get it, he is playing at a higher level than everyone else, but not to the point where if he sandbags and plays to like half his level, that is what's needed for everyone else to keep up. And it's not like, and this point goes nowhere later. That's the dumbest thing about it, is that there's no real benefit of doing this. It feels like it just horribly undermines everything that all of these players have worked on up to this point. I think it's kind of a slap in the face to all these characters, honestly. And I don't think that point is very well handled. I think it's also a real shame. Because you have, like, Aoi's playing in Italy. He's playing at a level at least equal to Tsubasa. Sure, he's not playing in the full professional team, but he's not too far off. I just think that is total nonsense. So it just kind of angers me. But a cool thing that happens is that Ken, after being estranged with all of this and telling Mikami essentially to go fuck himself, that Ken makes his comeback, and he says, you know, I'm not going to let the Japanese goal stay unguarded. Poor Morisaki. And he ends up joining for the Korea match and shows the dreaded save that everybody remembers from Captain Tsubasa Dream Team. But as far as we can tell from now on, Ken is the guy. And that is basically the makings of one of the best redemption arcs in the series. And I wish I could say that it persisted. And I will note everything related to that. But let's note a little something here. I haven't talked much about Soda, Mita, Jito. I could have mentioned the Tachibanas because their Skylab was part of the defense plan against China to stop Heisho getting so many headers. But again, it's the Skylab. They came in, did Skylab, got injured. And, you know, I've only maybe mentioned Misaki a bit and Hyuga. And Aoi is doing his midfield thing whenever he's available. He wasn't against China, so that's why I couldn't mention him. But it tells you how, unfortunately, the whole RJ7 arc ends up being a waste for most of the players involved. That's my honest opinion on it. And that's a thing that starts happening with how Takahashi's handling his stories moving forward. That things get established potentially to be big, they don't end up being big, and they end up getting discarded. But at this point, we're ready for our World Youth entry, but we still have a couple of other characters to mention. I completely forgot to get into one of the funniest memes, but it is related to both of these characters. So, when Shingo was playing one of his matches with Inter, he comes across an Italian defender called Salvatore Gentile, who just completely nullifies him, and Shingo wants to get his revenge on him in the World Youth. He also runs into a Japanese defender playing in Sampdoria called Akai Tomea. And if you are well-versed in Japanese in any way, your head is ringing with the level of punnery of Aoi Shingo and Akai Tomea, literally green light, red light. At least, you know, in the high context sense of Japanese. But Akai was there when Ruud Gullit, yes, actual real-life Dutch legend Ruud Gullit, helps teach Aoi the chokkaku feint, the right angle feint, where Aoi steps sideways then forward in a right angle. That move becomes the basis for one of the, to me at least, one of the funniest memes that this series keeps perpetuating, because throughout the series, for some reason, a ton of players know how to do this feint. And every time it happens, Aoi's face has to be in the corner of the panel, like this. Sonna, ore no chokkaku feint? Something like that. It is absolutely hysterical how he keeps reacting this way when... Guy, come on. Come on, like it was taught to you by a player who's played against a lot of professionals. He has to have seen it happen. And, you know, it's just so silly. But keep a pin on Akai for now, because he's somebody who also ends up mattering. Because Aoi tells him when they meet up that Gamo is ready to welcome any players who are worth their salt in the team. Again, how that works, just adding players after you set your squads, I don't really understand, but it is what it is. And now, before we get into World Youth, now that I've finished RJ7, I do have to maybe tier a few players that I think have done enough or have reached their limit in the story. So one for sure that I have to put in is Soda. And Soda, because his early impression with Azumaichi is so strong, and he still gets to participate in key attacks because of his particular skill set now and then, he still manages to at least scrape the B tier. But I think he's a character with a lot of wasted potential, who could have been so much more. Because a defender who specializes in marking, as we'll see later, is something that can be really exciting when they are allowed to put their all into a match. Who else? Okay, there are about 5 or 6 players that are going to be fully tiered by the end of this arc, so I could hold off on them for a minute here. Let's see. Alright, so we're ready for the World Youth Tournament now, and we get introduced to a whole bunch of players, but there's a whole bunch of things that happen first. It turns out that they can't host the World Youth in the country it was originally scheduled to be in, which was called the Burunga Republic, a fictional African place, because of civil war. And I guess that there was a civil war happening in Rwanda at the time. So that was kind of referencing that. So I mentioned Katagiri. Katagiri ends up being the key cog in bringing the World Youth to Japan, and to have Japan be the host nation. And what that does with all the other nations that show up is that they show up knowing that Japan is their target, at least for the ones that met during Junior Youth. So Schneider with Germany, Diaz with Argentina, all of them. And they all have like one big welcome dinner where they're all together. Let me see, do we still have enough music left? Okay. And we do get, however, the introduction of a new foe, thankfully, which is Mexico, led by Ricardo Espadas and his 5 Knights of the Aztec Sun. There's a reasonably good story behind Espadas, in the sense that he's a poor boy who was gifted a football by rich Japanese people. So while he appreciated getting a real football when he wasn't able to even steal one, the main thing that happens is that he also resents the idea of being looked down on for his poverty. So he comes in like, Japan, you're a super rich country. There's no way you appreciate what it feels like for us to play football that way. And it's the same for his teammates. And now, the thing with his teammates is that they are all doing football as their secondary sport. Their main one, which is super cool, is lucha libre, literally Mexican pro wrestling. And they use flying techniques based on that in the match. So we get to the match proper, because Japan's first match is against Mexico. Their group is Mexico, Uruguay, and Italy. And what ends up happening over there is, Espadas is known to be a keeper that can do one of 2 things. He can be a really great goalkeeper, but he's also fully capable of being an attacker, straight up. And the thing with it is, it makes it unpredictable what's going to happen with him. And he ends up being like a big wall in front of Japan's attacks, though he does eventually, with extreme difficulty in the second half, as I recall it, concede after after a rebound that Aoi follows in, back when Aoi was relevant. And then he manages to score a goal for Mexico. I believe he actually scores before Japan do, by using his trick shot, which is him literally angling his 2 feet inwards so that he kicks the ball off one leg onto the other, completely tricking Ken and making him concede. Eventually, I believe Japan wins with a Raiju shot that completely blows away Espadas's hand and injures him. Tsubasa also turns out to be injured because before this match, he was trying to prepare a new shot called the skydive shot. And boy, will I have words on that when the time comes. But he tries to execute it mid-match and ends up falling to the ground injured with bleeding out of his abdomen. And yeah, so the mutual respect gained by these two, on top of Tsubasa actually keeping the ball that Espadas had thrown at him before they entered the match, was a pretty nice gesture. And I think Espadas honestly just leaves such a strong impression for the little time that he's on the screen. He's somebody with really strong convictions, and I think he merits going above Soda and White-On in the B tier. He does show up again, but nothing about him has really changed. Now, as for these guys, they're conceptually cool, but again, they're mostly just a stunt. They're mostly just a stunt team. And we had the whole, oh right, I forgot. Did anybody ask about the Tachibanas? Remember them? So the big guy, Garcia, of this team, when his back is too torn up by his teammates trying to jump off his back, that he decides he can't continue anymore. When the Tachibanas use their Skylab to try to stop the Mexican attack, he jumps up and body slams them both to the ground to get a red card, injuring them for the rest of the tournament. Yeah. They're the Tachibanas. That's the Tachibanas for the rest of the series. Again, stunt monkeys who show up to get injured. And it is frustrating because they could be so much more. But there is the end of that, the Mexico match. Japan barely scrapes it. But then we get the shock because Aoi saw Gentile and Gino, and he even had a little face-off with Gentile, who managed to figure out a chokkaku defense, a right-angle defense against that feint that Aoi was using. They play against Uruguay, and they lose. Because Hino has learned a new shot due to a character I have neglected to mention up until now, Ide Tamotsu, who came with the Tachibanas when they returned to the camp and was actually Aoi's schoolmate and the guy who was... He was always on the bench, but the main thing he did was that he was the data analyst for the team. Again, Ide Tamotsu. Data Motsu. So, yeah. Puns go hard. And he told Hino at the end of the RJ7 arc, you know, if you put more spin into that shot of yours, I bet it could be dangerous. And Hino, with that, learns the tornado shot, which is what he used to injure Gino badly, as well as Gentile, and completely obliterate them. Aoi jumps into the field like, come on, I thought we were going to have our face-off. And Gentile, despite his immense racist overtones towards Aoi up to this point and how much he kept, talking shit to him, just gives a half-hearted apology and walks off the field. So that sets up the next match between Japan and Uruguay. And this is the point where Uruguay actually arrived late to the party, but Victorino and Hino are completely different from when we've last seen them. Coached by a Japanese coach that is said to be Uruguayan of Japanese descent. I don't know how that's supposed to be when they make him look so Japanese, called Matilda Jinnosuke. And he's essentially trained them to the point that he removed the whole previous Uruguayan team and created a whole new one with this one, with really tough training on his side, a la Gamo. And this match is essentially a big shootout between Japan and Uruguay. It's essentially the face-off between Hyuga and Hino. Hyuga has the Raido shot, and Hino has the tornado shot. And initially, it seems that it's going to be Hyuga, backed up by Aoi, actually, putting in a big effort in the midfield, and Hino with Victorino. And at first, it's going kind of neck and neck. Hino scores, Hyuga scores, Hino scores, Hyuga scores. Hino sets up Victorino. But at some point, Hino starts to pull ahead because he's able to do his tornado shot as a jumping volley, which Hyuga can't do with the Raidu shot because his shot has to have his foot skid on the ground. Now, having attempted to do this as a kid, it doesn't help. It does not help you shoot better. But going with the story, it's Hyuga starts to struggle because the Uruguay defense is not allowing him to get a pass near the ground. And because Hyuga's shot is so powerful, the rest of the shots that are done by the team, and Tsubasa isn't really trying to shoot yet, are too easy for the keeper to stop because they're slower. I guess that's the logic, even though, you know, that doesn't really make sense within the Tsubasa world, but we'll take it. Now, eventually, Jito accidentally causes an own goal to be scored when he tries to defend, and he basically begs Hyuga to let him erase his sin by using his back as a way to use the Raiju shot. And this moment is, while it's very emotional because Jito is ready to kind of give himself up for the cause, the way it looks afterwards is a bit silly because Hyuga and Jito jump, and Jito jumps like, here's Hyuga and here's Jito, like so, getting ready to, you know, let Hyuga scrape the boot off his back and injure him. Hyuga instead steps on Jito's back and bounces up over the defense and lands with a Raiju shot. Korin Raiju Shuto, I think, is how what it ended up being. And I have to applaud Jito for being willing to make that sacrifice, and Hyuga for caring enough about his teammate to not do that. After that, Tsubasa figures, you know, why don't you just do it off a part that won't kill someone, and lifts up his boot almost Skylab Hurricane-like to Hyuga to allow him to get the final jumping Raiju shot, and that ends up being the winning goal as Hyuga declares his Raiju shot as invincible and wins his match with Hino. Now, I said earlier about Ken that I wish I could say that his redemption arc plays out in its entirety, because this is where it dies. This is where it just dies, because Ken just takes goals for fun in this match. He is just not there. He's just not there. And it's such a shame because he looked so cool in all of the lead up to this, and he ends up just being used as a sacrifice for Hyuga versus Hino. And it's a real shame, honestly. But I'll give the match that it was fun. I'll give it that it gave a big focus on Hyuga. Granted, Tsubasa scores a goal like, like, I'm not going to let everybody else do the thing, but whatever. Anyway. And that ends up with Japan facing Italy afterwards. And Japan go into the match at full strength. They take a lead, and Aoi looks to the bench to beckon Gino and Gentile to come into the match. And he does manage to score when Gino isn't able to hold on to his Matanuki Rovesciata, which is an overhead kick between the legs. He follows it into goal. It's a touching moment, but unfortunately it means that it also robbed us of what was shaping up to be a really big face-off for Aoi against his former teammate in the youth team, as well as his biggest rival in Italy. So that ends up closing that out, and in a shocker on when one of the other groups, Sweden, who had drawn their first two matches, had set it up to defeat Germany 5-3 using Levin's Levin shot to injure Mueller and Schneider, which eventually ends up causing Germany's exit from the tournament. And we're not going to focus anymore on Germany because, unfortunately, despite Kaltz talking to talking up to Genzo Schneider's Neo Fire shot, we never even get to see it. What happens from there is that now we start setting up for Japan versus Sweden in the quarterfinals. So that introduces Stefan Levin directly into the plot. And he is shown to be a very sad character. He had a girlfriend once upon a time, and she gets taken out by none other than Toraku-kun. And I totally forgotten to mention before the tournament, I haven't said anything about Misaki all tournament long. Why is that? Because Toraku-kun also took his leg by running it over when Misaki was busy visiting his mother's family. Misaki's mother and father are separated, so he went over to visit the mother and the husband, as well as his half sister. And on the way out, his sister obviously is almost run over by a truck, which ends up to where Misaki has to rescue her off the road. I completely forgot to mention when the truck injured Wakashimazu, who was saving a cat on the road. So yeah, maybe Toraku-kun needs a place on the tier list, guys. So, carrying on. The prep for the Sweden match sees Tsubasa read a quote from Levin saying that he's going to stop playing football as soon as he is done with this tournament. And Tsubasa, you know, everybody's looking at the threat. Oh, did you see that shot Tsubasa went online? Is like, oh, Gario Saka. What did it say? Anyway, he doesn't like soccer. I can't actually put sentences together in Japanese. I can just ape it when I hear it. But that's all he can be concerned about. Now, the thing that happens before this is that, also thanks to Toraku-kun, really working overtime here, Matsuyama's girlfriend, Yoshiko, is put into the hospital. So he's declared unavailable for the match against Sweden. And he tells Tsubasa, in a moment that I think is really good for him, you know, this is all I care about now. I'm sorry, I can't join you. And so what ends up happening is that in his place in the defensive midfield, and essentially functioning as an additional center back, Japan end up putting in Akai Tomeya. And we got a couple of glimpses of Akai and his incessant marking ability, but Akai in this match gives one of the most inspiring individual performances given by any player throughout the series. Levin comes in and he's got his, you know, his other teammates, Larson, Fredericks, and Brolin. Brolin is just a big, bulky defender, and the other two are like small technical players. One focuses more on technique, one on speed. They're really not that important. But Levin, because he's been working on the new Levin shot where he spins the ball before shooting, and all it does is essentially create the biggest destructive impact possible, to the point where he's able to destroy a statue. The statue that his girlfriend, Catherine, had looked at a lot back when she was still alive. And it was also the shot that injured Genzo, one of Genzo's hands before. So Akai is there basically as a way to mark Levin out of the game, and for quite a while initially he succeeds. There's another time where we get our first incident of my Chokaku feint, when Levin uses it to get past Akai and set up a shot, which Genzo stops by utilizing his new technique, the uppercut defense. And we get a little caption from Ken essentially saying, oh, I took 5 goals against Uruguay, there's no room for me to talk, which is like, why? And this is despite the fact that I'll come clean on the fact that Genzo is my favorite character in the series. That doesn't mean that he's going to place number 1 on the list, but, you know, this whole time with Ken was really a waste, and I think it's really sad to see what's happened with him. But it is what it is. Genzo manages to stop Levin, and, you know, throughout there, it's a really tight match, and this is where Akai comes in. After marking Levin out of the match for a while, Levin starts throwing the Levin shots right at Akai when he realizes that Akai is that self-sacrificial, and Akai manages to stop one with his shoulder, stop one with his other shoulder, stop one with his abdomen, and after Tsubasa tried to stop one with his feet and got his spikes or his shoes blown off. And this is a point where, after all, Akai does all of this with nobody coming to help him, by the way, Tsubasa finally goes in picks up the ball and acknowledges Akai's effort and tells him that you're a true hero. Beyond that, Tsubasa feigns doing the Levin shot right back at Levin and obviously doesn't do it, but just kind of to give him a jump scare. And somehow that kind of jolts Levin back into reality, like, what the hell have I been doing? To the point where the next opportunity he gets, he goes for a speed-based Levin shot rather than an impact-based Levin shot, which Genzo easily catches. Now, I said that I don't believe Santana got weaker when he discarded the cyborg. I think it's fair to say Levin without the Field's God of Death, I think is the term, Field no Hakaishi. His little emo phase. Without that, I sincerely do believe Levin played worse. And I think that's a fair statement to make. But yeah, Akai with just some tackles and a couple of blocks he just enters, like, he just imprints on your heart, man, with the way he just is such a fighter, you know? And the thing is, I'm going to be forced to tier him right now for story reasons, but I'll get to that when I get to it. The match ends when Tsubasa finally finds his winning goal through what's called a Skywing shot, which turns out to essentially be the same technique as the Raidu shot, and it was the last thing Roberto taught Tsubasa before he left Brazil for the World Youth. The thing is, we also start getting this build-up of Roberto in Brazil, and Roberto saying that, you know, he's building his team without a number 10 because he's building a team without Tsubasa. And you can see the emotional toll is taking on Roberto, almost to the point where he's stealing himself off and going into his own emo shell so that he doesn't get overly emotional when facing Tsubasa. But, I mean, he's there. Roberto is the coach of Brazil now that he's left Sao Paulo. And that's going to be something when we get to that final. But let's go ahead, based on the finish with the Skywing shot, which shocks Hyuga. Let's take Levin and Akai up into the list. Levin, he's a really good concept of a player, but overall I believe he doesn't pay off nearly enough to be more than average. I think he presents more than all of the other characters. These tiers will be ordered. I will move Kitazume down. And I think maybe something like... maybe something like this? I'm not sure yet. But the point is, his potential is wholly unrealized. And again, he does get weaker later on in the story when he's let go of his killer personality. There are more characters, so we can also tier the Italians, since they unfortunately didn't get their time in the spotlight. The thing is, like, I'm very sure on some level Takahashi just... I don't know what it is, he just does not let Italians have a good time in his manga. They get bodied in Junior Youth, they get bodied in World Youth, they never get past group stages. They're a lot more like today's Italy, but I'll give Gino his dues because the way he led the match in Junior Youth from goal was really impressive, and he still manages to just be a really well put together badass captain and a great goalkeeper. So I'll insert him into the top of the B tier just ahead of Pierre, because I think his impact on the story is longer lasting and more felt. Then we have Gentile. I want to like this player so much because having a good defender in this series is nice. Unfortunately, I think the whole idea of him being a complete asswipe is really playing against him, right? Like, he's clearly racist, he's clearly a bully, just not a very nice character, and he doesn't change all that much. Like, when we see him after he's kind of broken out of that, he's just become kind of another generic player. And like the only thing that's propping him up out of F is probably just how good he is on the field, that allows for some nice action, but we'll barely get to see him. So I would argue he would rank right here. I would put the Mexicans above him actually, because I think their techniques are cooler. Actually, I'll put the Mexicans above the Consawats as well. Nakanishi could drop a bit. Actually, no, he can stay there. Yeah, and oh wow, the thing finished. I'll put on some Fire Emblem music. Why not? Of course, it's Conquest first. Anyway, then Akai. And for how little he's been in the story, and how little he's going to be in the story, Akai's going to be our first A-tier character. This guy is just the fighter. Whenever he's there, he just injects adrenaline and a will to fight into any match he's available. He manages to play just a bit more of a role later on in the story, and we see him a couple of times. Unfortunately, a big injury kind of rules him out for a majority of what's left, and it's a real shame because, man, is he a fun character. Like, even just his personality, living in Italy, man has an Italian girlfriend, he speaks pretty fluent Italian. He's basically, like, I don't know how, well, I kind of know how, but, you know, if he was in Italy for that long, how do people just not know about him? And even, like, his introduction to the Sweden match where he just kind of yells out, "I'm Akai Tomeo of a Gunma Prefecture, and I'm this, this, and that, and this is my whole introduction, so you guys can stop asking who the hell I am right now." And I think another thing that helps is the voice he got in Captain Tsubasa Dream Team, which was one of the, for lack of a better description, one of the manliest voices you will ever hear. And this character was unfortunately done dirty in the story, but if he had managed to maintain, like, he's probably going to end up on the lower end of the A tier, if not potentially drop down to the top of B. But for the time that he's there, he's so good. He is so unbelievably good. And that is where he is going to stay. And that closes it out for the quarterfinal. And on to the semi-final. About that. See, clearly World Youth was written at a time where Takahashi was clearly under some kind of pressure and wasn't able to really put together a better story, because the semifinal was supposed to be against the Netherlands. And we end up opening the chapter after Sweden with a newspaper headline: Japan defeats the Netherlands 1-0. Brazil defeats Germany, on the other hand, 6... I don't even remember by how much, but they just humiliate them completely. And yeah, that means the semifinal is completely skipped over, and the final is now what's going on. During all of this, before we get to the final proper, Misaki has been working on some absolutely grueling rehab, trying to get himself ready for the final match. And we also have the whisperings of a hidden Sakano Osama, a football king, hiding in the wings. And we don't know who he is yet, but he's clearly supposed to be from Brazil, which means he might be on Brazil's team, but he hasn't played yet. And it is... let's just say the payoff to that isn't the most incredible thing on earth, but we'll get to that. Now, Misaki ends up racing because he feels that his leg is completely healed. He even... more property damage. He uses a chair to break the doctor's glass window. I don't know what it is with these Japanese players in this arc and just breaking property everywhere. But yeah, Misaki does end up making it just in time as the match is... well, even a little late because the match already starts. But, you know, as it goes... oh, I forgot to tier Yumikura. Yumikura is a character that I think could have had a lot of potential. Wait, where'd he go? Yeah, there he is. He is another perfectly serviceable D tier character. He does some cool things on the field, but I think his story is sadly underexplored with how much of a talent he is, being able to do the drive shot and all of that. Because, I mean, if you can get Misugi in, what prevents Yumikura other than him being overage? Going back to the final, Misaki makes it a bit late after the match has already started, and Japan are put under the cosh. And it said in the Netherlands match that Tsubasa won by using the skydive shot, and the way he practiced it, we know now that it's Tsubasa literally curling up over the ball and hopping over multiple tackles and diving right into the net, which is just as stupid as it sounds. And Tsubasa attempts it right out of the gates. Oh, I know, skydive a shooter da! And he just gets tripped and face plants in like a scene that would not have felt out of place in a Tom and Jerry cartoon. It is fucking annoying how this is what Tsubasa has come up with after all this time. And even Roberto lets him have it and tells him, like, what is this nonsense that you're doing? And literally calls the technique third rate. Tells him that seems like all the lessons I taught you were for nothing, and you're not going to be able to beat Brazil that way. And I understand Roberto because it is such a stupid technique. And Japan gets put under immense pressure with Genzo just having to deal with shot after shot after shot, and he keeps stopping so much. Genzo is just absolutely on it in this match, and his saves are so good, really great to see, really well choreographed. And Santana is starting to get frustrated because, you know, he didn't understand how good Wakabayashi could be. Eventually, though, in the second half, Santana gets the cavalry in Pepe and Leo, and that ends up being the ticket with their triple cooperation shot, where Genzo wasn't able to catch it, and Santana then flipping, kicking it with his heel, and getting the first goal for Brazil. And in that time, you know, when it looks like Brazil are going to start getting into the ascendancy, Tsubasa rallies the troops again. Their defense starts holding up. Misugi, Ishizaki, Matsuyama, everybody really starts pulling through. Ooh, I totally forgot that Matsuyama came back during the Sweden match after Akai was injured, when he made sure Yoshiko was okay. And he was the one who kind of tactically reorganized the team. And Matsuyama keeps that up, and he's basically the guy who reminds everybody that, hey, guys, Gamo said we're supposed to play the Japanese zone press that makes all the attacks go to Tsubasa, so we need to make sure we actually do the tactic, guys. And that's really what he is on the pitch. He is the coach on the field, is Matsuyama. Eventually, Japan start getting a hold of the game more and more. And what ends up happening is that Tsubasa starts attempting a skydive as a follow-up to a volley. After Salinas, the Brazilian keeper, stops a shot. He's supposed to be a genius keeper. Oh yeah, Salinas. I completely forgot about him. For certain reasons I'll make clear when he's actually tiered. But he stops a Raiju shot, and he looks to be a real handful. And he stopped everything that Schneider threw at him. But eventually, after he fails to catch a shot that Tsubasa could have just volleyed into an empty net, nope, we have to skydive into the net. And instead of skydiving solo, everybody, literally the whole Japanese team, shoves Tsubasa into the net in what is just one of the stupidest shots in the series. It is. There's a reason that even for all the stupid garbage that Takahashi has put into this series at some point, and trust me, I still love this series. I've complained a lot, but I still love this series. There's a reason, I hope, that this is a shot he's never, ever revisited. It's awful. Absolutely awful. Then we get to Japan continuing the pressure, and this is when Misaki comes in. Misaki comes in with his leg completely bandaged, and he takes a few hits to it, but he helps Tsubasa and Hyuga with setting up the goal that takes them ahead. What ends up being the flash Raidu shot with Misaki backheeling the ball to Hyuga. He plays a Raiju pass to Tsubasa and Misaki, who carry the momentum with a big twin shot into the side of the net. And all of a sudden, it looks like Brazil are going to lose. It looks like they're in deep trouble. It looks like they're done. Until he shows up. Natureza. Natureza is the hidden football king that the series had been building up to. The one that made Ide Tamotsu cry. The one that was prophesized by Kumi's grandmother who caused all the accidents. But he shows up with literally about a couple of minutes left in the game. And at this point, it is just, it's looking like the crowd is counting down. The Japanese crowd is happy. We're going to win a World Youth. Everything is good. Natureza just comes in, kicks the ball high up into the sky, ties his shoes because he's like, haha, I'm a jungle boy. I'm not used to these. And he ends up kicking a drive over a miraculous overhead that hits the ground after it curves away from Genzo's attempted save and then goes into the net from outside the penalty area. So finally, the legend of the SGDK is beaten for the second time. As I said, Takahashi tended to forget his stuff around this era. But yeah, Natureza causes that to happen, and from that point on, it's an onslaught of Brazilian attacks. Genzo gets injured by Santana's Tornado Arrow Skywing, which is a literal combination of his arrow shot, where he holds his leg like a bow and arrow, the Tornado shot of Hino, and the Skywing or Raiju, which injures Genzo's hands, so Ken has to come in to see out the rest of the match. Another big shot is also face blocked by Ishizaki, who gets injured. Lucky for him, Yukari's there in the back to for their relationship to start, which had been speculated at the beginning of World Youth. And Ishizaki, anti-bum propaganda. Ishizaki gets the girl, unlike all the others, most of them that aren't, at least other than superstars. But after all of that, Japan finally manages to mount an attack, and Tsubasa and Natureza meet in the air. Natureza attempts to do a defensive volley, while Tsubasa tries to do an overhead. And as they're going down, Tsubasa manages to do a second overhead before he drops to the ground. That ends up being the winning goal, and Japan end up winning the World Youth. Tsubasa gives a giant speech about how this World Youth was only possible in Japan due to war, and we need to remember peace through football and all of that. It's a decent speech. But it's a really nice moment, because throughout the match there are little moments where Aoi helps, where Matsuyama helps, where Ishizaki gets his face blocked. So you do get a bit of a team effort in there. But it's still the skydive, or as I like to call it, the shit dive. I won't harp on that too much. That ends up being the catalyst for the comeback. And I think the rush of how World Youth is really took away a lot of this impact, because Tsubasa was facing his mentor, Roberto. He was facing Santana, his rival from Brazil. He was facing Natureza, his rival for the title of the King of the Sport. And it feels like you don't get an impact out of any of that. It ends up being a pretty rushed finale, probably due to whatever was happening at the time with Takahashi-sensei. So this allows us, as we get now near to this, to start thinking about the placement of a few characters here. Now, also, this isn't the very end of the story, but later on, we start to get inklings of what's coming next with the potential club placements that a lot of the players are going to get when they become professionals. And also that Tsubasa sits down with Sanae after everything that's happened, and after she went and visited him in Brazil during the story. Yeah, sorry, the details keep escaping me, but I remember what I can when I can. And at the end of all that, Tsubasa's sitting with her, having achieved his dream, and he proposes to her. He proposes to her so he can start this new chapter of his life as a full-on professional. Since it seems Sao Paulo terminated his contract because he was supposed to go back before the World Youth Tournament, and yeah, they get married at the age of 18. I've seen it. It's happened. And I guess he's, doesn't want to start a life on the outside without having a loving and supporting wife with him. I mean, she adores him. He's her world, really. Despite the fact that every time he's with her, Saka, it just keeps talking about the sport nonstop. But he showed how much he cares about her when he beat up Kanda, and I can buy it. I can take that as being a relationship that works. And Sanae just really being the rock that supports his life. And I think in the next video, when I reach Road to 2002 and all of that, I'll be able to emphasize that more. Because her role, I think, gets bigger later on with that kind of stuff. Although she did show up a couple times in World Youth, kind of taking back her role as a cheerleader, seeing Tsubasa in Brazil just because she wanted to, and working to get the money to travel to see him. So there was some good stuff there. That ends up closing out World Youth. Japan win, obviously. Let's go ahead and tier some of these characters whose roles ended here. Let's go ahead. I mean, Pepe does show up again, but, he's... I like Pepe. I think his introduction into the story is really good. And I like that he had a role in the World Youth and that he shows up again as a pro in the J-League later. I think he's missing something to be considered a truly essential character to the story. Similarly, Leo's only role really is the Santana support. He can go, I think, at the bottom of C. He doesn't really do much on the field that stands out. Like, he does a couple of things, a couple of neat tricks, Brazilian stuff, but I don't consider him an essential character as well. Let's hold off on this guy for a minute. Hino Ryoma. What a character. Like, he is an excellent visual design. And his story of being of Uruguayan descent and choosing to represent the country where he's lived rather than the country of his ancestry is really cool. And his rivalry with Hyuga is great. He's by far the most important member of the real Japan 7. And the Uruguay-Japan shootout is essentially made by how good Hino is and how resourceful he is. And just how much of an antagonistic shithead he is. He will talk his trash all day long. He will do that. So, shoutouts to Hino being a great rival to Hyuga. I think that rivalry really works well. And I think it makes him deserve a spot on the A tier. I still think Akai is a slightly better character overall with what he adds to the story. Because I think Hino is... surprisingly, Hino gets even less to do because he doesn't play in the leagues that we get to see when we reach the later tournaments, nor do we see him when we get to national teams again. There's also Victorino. Victorino was almost just a straight C-tier character, but I think he pushes his way up to B with the duo he forms with Hino, as well as his own impact as a captain in telling everybody essentially, you're all bitches, you can't handle things if a real coach shows up. You'll see. And I think that was a pretty good moment for him. And I mean, he does show up a couple times later on, but not as impactful. But I think that the parts of his arc that we do get to see are pretty good. His match against Germany, he tried really hard despite being clearly the only relevant player on his team. So I'll give him this spot and see how it pans out as I continue to fill out the list. Gamo. This guy completely shakes up everything about the Japanese team. The way he shows up and just goes in with, despite warning Mikami, I am going to shatter this team of yours. They're not going to survive what I can do. His the way he kicks out most of the team, the way he brings in Aoi and Akai and essentially uh, makes the team a big meritocracy, I think is all really awesome. Just a very badass character, and definitely steals the scene when he's on screen. Very, very, very good character. And who else? Urabe. Urabe still has some stuff left. So does Morisaki. Schneider for sure. Sorimachi definitely changes later on. Who else? Chester. Chester will be after Road 2002, or during it at least. Aoi. He still has something really relevant, so we'll keep him. And then Santana. Santana shows up as the first major rival to Tsubasa in World Youth. This isn't his placement yet, I'm just talking here. But he's an incredibly fascinating player in terms of just how good he is, how great his techniques are, and how well he's able to go against the odds. And this will get... You know what? I don't think Santana's ready to get tiered yet. I don't think Santana's ready yet, because he still has some important showings later that will happen. None of these characters showed up yet, right? Yeah, there we go. There's some important stuff with Santana in Road and fights in La Liga and Rising Sun. So I'm going to hold off on Santana for a bit. So looking at this, there is somebody Brazilian we can tier. So Roberto, as soon as the World Youth ends, essentially has his facade of the heartless Brazil coach broken. It shows that he still cares a lot for Tsubasa and still is very proud of him for what he's achieved. And this is essentially the role he gets placed into for the rest of the series. Kind of the watchful eye on Tsubasa and his sometimes available mentor for when he needs some bit of extra advice. And really his role training Tsubasa from the beginning, teaching him a lot of his key techniques. You were pretty much told a lot that Roberto has essentially built what Tsubasa is, and that he was going to try to break it in the World Youth Finals and failed. And part of me almost wants to say that he wanted to fail because of how much he cares for Tsubasa. He's a very complex character, I think, and one whose ups and downs and flaws are laid bare for us to see more often than not. And it's why, for the time being, he's going to be our highest tiered character in the A tier because of his impact on the story, how much he's done for Tsubasa, the emotional moments he's involved with, the way he built this Brazil team, so much else. His continuing role remains pretty static, but for what he's done up to this point, I'll give him his proper shoutouts to put him up in the A tier. I'll take one last look to see if there's anybody I should tier right now. Tsubasa, Ishizaki, Genzo, Izo, Rabe, Santana, Misaki, Nita, Jito, Sanae, Misugi, Kaltz, and Schneider. Those two especially need to wait after Road 2002, because Road 2002 and Rising Sun does so much for those two characters. Yeah. You know? No, okay. I thought about Choshunko, but no, I'll wait for him till during his role in Road 2002 as well. I think this is a very good spot to call it for today. This has been fun. A bit more exhausting than I anticipated it being. It's been a while since I've done a Yap session this long for anything really, even fighting game events, but it's been nice revisiting the series and kind of getting a different perspective on it and trying to think about what I think constitutes impact on the story in my obviously extremely scientific method. But I'll hopefully be continuing, maybe concluding this tomorrow, we'll see. But for the time being, I am going to bid everyone watching temporary goodbye. Hope if you caught the stream at any point, or if you ended up catching the VOD later, that you enjoyed the discussion that's happened here. The series is very near and dear to my heart, and it's why when things don't go well with it, they irk me more than they should, maybe. But yeah, that's going to be it. This has been Fro talking about the series Captain Tsubasa, and I will be back again to talk more about it when the chance comes. So thanks again, everyone. Be in the best of health and take care.